the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Consent agenda for May 12th meeting.
Motion to accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, first and second for passing the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay? Okay.
abstain from here.
Topic from the floor.
So at this point, Russ, if I could just make a comment, if there's anyone who'd like to speak from topics from the floor for topics that are not on the agenda, please raise your hand if you're in the Zoom platform. Seeing anything?
Nobody?
And then
Any comments? All right, very good. No comments from the floor. The public hearing agenda, let's see, and it's now 7:02. The public hearing is now open. This is a this conditional use permit for 254 North Columbia River Highway, and Lewis. This is a quasi-judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for conditional use permit. The subject property is identified in the county assessor's map as lot 2700 and 2701, map 4 north 1-4BD. The applicant is Benjamin and Shawna Lewis. The owner is the same. Because the quasi-judicial proceeding require observance of certain procedural formalities, will take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. Does any member of the commission wish to declare an ex parte conflict of interest or bias in this matter? Seeing none. Does any member of the commission wish to declare? Okay. Does anyone from the audience object to the ability of the commission to make a fair decision? Seeing none. Generally, in order of proceedings will be as follows: required statements, staff report, applicant's presentation, those in favor of the application, neutral testimony, those opposed, rebuttal by the applicant, final questions, close of the record, deliberations and decisions. Following statements are required to be made to the commitments of the hearing pursuant to City Code ORS 197.7635. The following is a list of applicable substantive criteria for this decision. St. Helens Municipal Code 17.100.04001A-EF. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described or other criteria in the plan, such as comprehensive plan, land use regulations, such as found in the development code, which the person believes applies to the decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues relating to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals. On that issue, precludes any action for damages in circuit court. All right.
thank you, Chairman. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen here. All right. So as our chairman mentioned, this is a conditional use permit. The applicant is requesting to establish retail use and an artisan workshop. So in this case, the workshop is for preparing garden art using concrete castings. So let me orient everybody where we're at. I'm gonna pull up a map here. I wonder if I can rotate it. Okay. Yeah, let me make it so I can see you. Okay. And Greg, you can see that correctly. Okay, so where we are. So this is St. Helens Street here. This is US 30, and then you've got the rail line that runs along US 30 here. So this is right before the highway. And on the right-hand side, you might notice there's a gravel kind of turnaround. It used to have an espresso little drive-up coffee window in that property here, but it's all currently vacant. And then over here is also vacant. Here is Wayne's Flooring, and then a couple other commercial suites. And then we get to our subject property. So we're off of St. Helens Street near the highway here. Also, while I have this map up, I just want to talk about access to the site. So currently, to get to the site, you have to traverse onto some private property. It's all currently under one ownership, Masterson, which is what's referenced here on the map. And then you have to traverse onto some ODOT rail access. You might remember a proposal just north of this site. I think it was in 2016. So we're dealing with similar shared access in that case. Also, while I have this map up, this is all Holton Business District zoning. So it's a mixed use zone. And like I mentioned, there's some commercial uses just to the south of it. And then the exception to, so it's all commercial except for some townhomes, which are kind of off the map over here. They don't directly abut the site. There's a large vacant parcel in between the subject property and then the residential uses. So that's where we're at. Let me go to our site plan. Actually, I have some photos up here. So what the site looks like on the ground, on page 1 in the staff report, there's some photos. So this is what it looks like when you first enter the site. There's an existing building here. This is the building they propose to turn into the retail location to actually sell what they're going to be crafting on site. And then on this photo over here, you'll see there's another building in the back that's kind of white colored. And that's the what they're turning into their artisan workshop. So that's where they'll actually cast the concrete garden art. So I'm gonna go to the site plan and then just kind of go through the staff report. Sorry for flipping between all these maps. Okay. So here's that front building we just talked about, and then here's that workshop, just to kind of orient you on the site plan. So let's go through the staff report. So the first criteria for approving a conditional use, and let me back up and just say, the reason they're here is because they want to do outdoor storage as part of their proposal. So an artisan workshop, which is the concrete casting, and retail would be a permitted use. They wouldn't have to go through a conditional use permit. But because they want to show some of their goods outside, it kicks it up to you guys to review as a conditional use. So when you think about conditions you might apply to this proposal, I'm going to focus on the outdoor storage component because that's what's triggering your review. Okay, so the first criteria, it talks about that the site is the adequate size and dimensions for the needs of this proposed use. It's a pretty large site. Lots of outdoor display area. They are proposing some additions to that workshop. And then they're also proposing an addition off the back of the retail space in the form of a deck. It's pretty dilapidated, so they're going to replace that. And that's also where they're proposing an ADA ramp in the back here. So there's no evidence. Yeah.
Just a clarification on that, the workshop, you're talking about additional indoor space?
Yes, that's roofed structure. I don't know if it's fully enclosed. There's some plans at the end of the staff report. It may just be roofed structure. Yeah. So the site's plenty big. So that's that first criterion. I think that's met. The second one is that the characteristics are suitable for this use. So we talked about access a little bit. Obviously, we need some conditions that guarantee legal access to the site. That would be a priority for us. So that's what that addresses. And then any requirements of the building official and fire marshal. I will note the building official chimed in on this proposal, and we'll talk about that in this next criteria here about sewer. So jumping right in. So does this facility have adequate capacity to serve the proposal. So based on some UV records, it's hooked into water, so that's great. It's not hooked into city sewer, and there's no records of a septic system. We checked with the county. And the nearest sewer line, I will bring up another map here. So this was a comment from our city public works director. So there's a sewer line in the back of the property on our GIS, but as it turns out, this line was never certified as a public line for use. It was built about 20 years ago when this property next to it was proposed for residential use, and then they went bankrupt and never finished the project. So it's unknown if this can serve the site currently. If they decide to go that route and use the line, they would have to inspect it, survey it, get an easement for it, make sure it'll work. If they decide that that is not the route they want to go, they'll have to provide some on-site sewer discharge of some type. So either septic, which, as we know, there's a lot of basalt in the area, so that may be difficult, or a holding tank, and both of those would be permitted through the county. So they kind of have two alternatives for sewer. Obviously, they're going to need to hook in based on the building official's comments, and they're going to have a restroom.
There's not a third choice of looking to a sewer, a certified sewer somewhere else?
So that's the only main line. The nearest line is 190 feet from the site.
Not counting this one show.
No, that is the one that's shown.
That's through the site.
Yeah, this.
That's the 190.
Yep. So the where I have my cursor right now is the last like certified to use sewer main line. And then even this part is inaccurate because when I went out onto the site, this manhole is actually way up here. So the accuracy of this is unknown, and it's unknown if it's even fully built. So if they want to pursue this as an option, they're going to have to survey, inspect the line. There's no easements currently in that area either. There's no public easements. So
The city's records drop off at that.
Yeah.
Corner right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that they had to be bonded up and to that point. So the project, in the sewer end, they'd have to be bonded, finish that, I would imagine.
Yeah, they would have to. So if they want to go this route, they'd be working closely with the city engineering department and providing either civil plans to extend the public line or a combination of a private lateral. There's a lot of,
You wouldn't consider that a public line all the way back? Because it is connected to.
It's a public line up to here, up to this point on my cursor. Yeah.
That's the
That-
190.
So
that-
that's a private line then.
Yes.
They have to have a bathroom.
That's what the building official comment that they will need to deal with their sewer somehow, either on site or.
I just noticed there's a lot of businesses in town that post no public restroom. So I didn't know if you're required to open to have a public restroom, or if they would be able to, while they work it out, have a porta potty in the meantime.
Right.
Just trying to think of, that seems like a lot of hoops to jump through for somebody, and if there's interim stuff we could do.
Doesn't the Wayne Martin with Bonnie's and the craft store there?
Yeah, it looks like their
don't
lateral.
they have a public sewer?
It looks like their lateral crosses over that property here, just based on this map here.
I would think there would be a line there that was closer.
Yeah, I think in looking at this, our engineer determined this was the closest line. They're probably pretty close in proximity, but this one's much closer.
That building is only not many feet from the end of the craft store or whatever that is, the end there.
So the way I structured the conditions allows for flexibility on their part to be able to choose which route based on feasibility and their funding,
Okay.
which way they want to go. So we'll get into that when we go through the conditions. We don't need to solve it tonight. They have those options open to them, and they'll do some research and digging. As long as with this approval, we make sure it's addressed and get the timing right. So that's utilities. Okay, so back to the site plan here. Okay, so the next criterion talks about basically the underlying zoning. So this is where businesses with outdoor storage those with permitted uses is a conditional use in the Holton Business District. So that's why we're here tonight. The Holton Business District also requires a 10% landscaping requirement, which wasn't shown on their plans. And based on a site visit, it's kind of devoid of landscaping. So that's something we address in the conditions. So outdoor storage of materials and screening. As you guys know, you've dealt with this many times, we require screening for any outdoor storage. And when I went on the site visit, I noticed that they had already started to construct their fencing and screening. So there's a picture of it on page 8. Normally that's not an acceptable time to start building your screening. It is a 6-foot cyclone fence with black slats. It looked nice and new, but I thought I would take a photo to just show you what's there. And as we talked about, the surrounding uses currently are just vacant lands back there, but they are Holton and could be built to residential units. So it's a mixed use zone, so you don't know if commercial or residential could be built right up against the property. So I also like to think about what kind of impact the use would have on the surrounding areas. And in this case, it's garden art. So is that really going to create adverse impacts and require additional screening treatment than just a 6-foot fence and slats? So that's something to chew on as we go through this. Okay, so moving on, our landscaping and screening chapter also talks about screening here, and parking lots greater than 3 spaces are required to be screened. So I'm going to pull up the site plan here again. So we'll come back to the amount of spacings, but just focusing on how they can screen and soften the impact of their parking. They're proposing screening on 2 sides. So they've got one along here and one along here. And then they've got their retail building along the other. And then this is ODOT rail right of way. So there's not a lot of options for screening that parking area. They do show kind of a display area here, which sort of works as a screening. So does the commission think that that's adequate screening? Maybe you brainstorm additional ways to soften the impact of that parking lot, but that's something also to consider as we move on.
So that screening is a fence.
Yeah, with slats on 2 sides and then the building on the other. Okay. We also require screening for service facilities like HVAC units and then refuse containers. So those are both, so if they have a dumpster, even if it's within a screened area, it needs to be screened from even the public who are looking at the display product outside. So that needs to be shown on the plans. So parking. When we went out to the site and measured, Jacob caught this actually, the distance from the building to the property line, and they had just had it surveyed, so we knew exactly where that edge was approximately 40 feet. And 40 feet does not accommodate 4 spaces as they've shown. So, and there's a utility pole right about here where my cursor is. So we need a revised parking plan. The minimum number of spaces they need is 4, including 1 ADA space. And I've included the ADA sheet that shows, how much space an ADA space takes up. And this is not enough room. So in thinking about parking screening, know that they're going to have to revise their layout for parking, and they're going to have to somehow fit 4 spaces on the site. So
it says retail space next to the ADA.
That's a building.
Is that part of the building?
yeah, that's already constructed. That's
Well,
the
I
existing.
know the
yeah.
site.
Yeah, that's the existing front
I've
building.
walked that many times.
Yeah. One thought I had is they didn't utilize compact size. So maybe if they incorporate a compact space, they're allowed to have 40% be a little bit narrower. And they can also maybe deal with employee parking in the back somewhere, like if they park somewhere else.
Well, the other
Sign
thing
it.
Does that take
is,
away one that's required though? I mean, you could trade that?
Yeah, there's stipulations for employee parking in the chapter, but the idea for this conditional use permit is, it's the outdoor storage triggering it. This could be a site design review where we just require a revised parking plan and they've got to work through it. The point is, I think there's enough room on the site to get it. It's just about the specific layout. And we don't need to solve it tonight, as far as the
Well,
layout
other thing
goes.
Is like the shared parking with the Foursquare Church and the state buildings.
Oh, right.
There is parking up against the buildings next door, but there is also room for parking against the railroad fence with enough room. in
Yeah, you're talking
between.
about, like,
So
the
there
area.
is shared parking there.
Right. You're talking about off-site.
Yes, so if they could get, I don't know if they would even need permission. Our master said,
Are they required to, where it says 12-foot gate and it has the screening, are they required to have that there? Or could they adjust
The
that?
gate.
Yeah, where it says gate, it looks like
No.
the screening matches the rest, so.
Yeah, and that
looks like
may,
There's a lot of space there.
it does, yeah, and that's a good point. Like, this gate is not required to be here as long as it's screened from view, so the gate could get pushed in further, for example. I think there's a lot of options, and they own the property, so they'll want to figure out and chew over their options before. Like I said, we're not going to provide them the layout. That's something
there's
they'll
several
provide us.
options. So
Yep, agreed. Okay, so revised parking plan. 4 spaces minimum, 1 ADA. Walkways. So we also have a requirement that walkways from the parking area to the entry be paved. And so, not knowing the extent of the paving, I just want to make sure that on the revised plan, we see what the pedestrian path is into the entry. It could already be paved. That's great. No new paving required, but we just want to see it.
To the building?
Yeah, to either entry. And so that's the other thing is I don't know if this main door is the main entry or if where they're putting the main access will be the main entry. But either way, we want to see, there's already pavement at the front door. So if it's the back door, we want to see a paved walkway from the parking area. My concern was that they just paved this line and then there was a gap between this, the ADA ramp and then if you park right here. So I'm just not sure what the walkway is.
So the pavement ends at that north-south line.
I'll show you. I wouldn't trust where the pavement is on that site plan because I don't think that's what they were thinking about. You can kind of see it on this picture here. It kind of follows the edge of the building diagonally before it turns to gravel. So like my city vehicle right there was on the gravel. Yeah. So there's also a stipulation in our site development review chapter on crime prevention. I didn't see any lighting on the exterior of the building. So on a revised plan, I'd want to know where they're going to put a light outside to light up the parking lot at night. So that's that. So we got through all the criteria. And I'll pull up the conditions list now. Hopefully they should all make sense because we went through that pretty thoroughly. So like all of,
Forgive with conditions, can I?
Yeah.
Another clarification. So
Sure.
we talked about the outdoor storage, but it's kind of outdoor storage / commercial space.
retail, yeah,
Retail. Does that make a difference on walkways?
are you talking about like internal walkways?
Yeah, within that display area, would they have to be paved walkways?
Yeah, so
Or just to the building?
our walkway chapter just talks about, let's see, I'm gonna read it so I don't misquote it. So it says walkways shall extend from ground floor entrances to the streets which require the access. So in this case, it's the rail right of way. So it needs to be paved from the end, basically like that front door needed to be paved to the access. And then also walkways should be paved. Yeah, basically to the entry. So from the use to the entry, but it doesn't talk about
Sides of
internal.
buildings.
Yeah, exactly.
All entrances.
We see?
All entrances. Sounded like a robot a little bit. Okay, so like most conditions, we have the stuff that's required before the building permit and then the stuff that's required before occupancy. So this is all the stuff we want to see in a revised plan. And it includes a revised parking plan, which we talked about. The method of screening that we decide on, you know, if that's an adequate form of screening. The walkway, I just want it to be shown on the plan. What's the route? Lighting. It should show a minimum of 10% landscaping. It should show where their trash enclosure is and how they're gonna screen it. Okay, so this one we didn't talk about. ADA ramp extent / grade needs to meet building code and it may impact parking. So what that's talking about is this deck here is pretty elevated in the back, and that's why they need an ADA ramp. And so we don't know the appropriate length of that ramp based on the appropriate grade. You know, you don't want it to be a super steep grade ramp. And so we were concerned that it may run into their proposed parking area. So just more detail about that ramp, I think, is needed before approving the site plan.
You know, the building department's gonna need to.
Yeah, right, and we
engineering on that
don't
and
know. It just,
1 in 12 and. the whole thing.
yeah, we want to make sure it's at least accommodated to the extent that it doesn't impact where they're proposing parking,
Which has to be reworked anyway.
which has to be reworked, correct? Yeah, and they could run the ramp another direction if they needed to.
Are they replacing the portion of the building or whatever?
Yeah, it's a deck off the back of the building.
Oh, it's a deck now.
Yeah, but it's like
But they're
falling
going to replace it to the exact same size as
Yes.
what they have now.
16 by 30. Yeah,
I heard there was an enclosed deck.
yes. Yeah, it's
So-
covered.
So the deck is
Like a
going to
wall
be
side.
a deck, only they're gonna replace bad materials. with good materials, is that what it
Yes.
is?
Well, that doesn't really concern us.
Yeah, it's an existing enclosed deck. So the other page in the staff report, it's
Did
right.
we talk about the
here.
landscaping? Is that what you were talking about, the fence?
Screening.
So, wait, say that again?
Landscaping.
What about it?
Did we talk about that?
Yeah, so minimum 10% landscaping is required by the zoning district. And right now on the site, it's devoid of landscaping.
Landscape with gravel.
Yeah, zero.
And that's it.
And dirt. Yeah,
Oh, and a few little sprigs.
yeah. So on the revised
I'm gonna
plan,
miss it when I take the dog. to the-
that's what that's getting at.
I'm only good at that.
You know, a male dog?
I have a question for you, not specific to this site, but specific to all the basalt that we have to deal with. Would large planted above ground planters mitigate landscaping needs? So like if you're on a concrete slab, do you have to jackhammer the ground, or could you build like raised beds to mitigate? So like instead of having in-ground plants, maybe you have a planter that's like 2 feet off the ground and it's raised and irrigated and it's like screening. Would that be a suitable thing? Or do you always have to be able to put the tree in the ground?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we kind of deal with it case by case.
I just thought, in just your feel on it, I just think about ways that people can meet our standards, make the neighborhood look nice.
Sure. I mean,
and
we've
have plants.
allowed potted plants in some circumstances if the entire site is already paved. But at least it's trying to meet the intent.
I just thought where they're doing garden sculpture stuff,
I think they're gonna
it
be,
totally would be
I
their
think-
wheelhouse.
I think they're gonna be fine coming up with 10% of the lot landscaping. And I think they would benefit from having some grass or something, but just sod.
Something green,
Yeah, sod doesn't take a deep tree well.
right,
Artificial tree.
to keep it alive.
Yeah. Well, we know they're hooked to city water, so it should be okay. Okay, so the next conditions are all related to which route of sewer disposal they go with. So we either need them to tell us that they're gonna go the city main line route and show the lateral on the plans. And then also, prove its feasibility, do some inspections of the line, test it, survey it, get that easement and the legal description for it. Or they can go the on-site route. Because it's over 160 feet away, we're not gonna force them to hook up. And in that case, they will work with the county to get the required permits and provide us that information. And then, so prior to occupancy, all of these improvements that we just talked about in their revised plans need to be done. And they also have to provide documentation for their access, their legal right of access through the private property and then on ODOT rail property. And then the rest of the conditions are all kind of just boilerplate conditions to cover everything else. So I think at this point, I'll open it up for questions. Greg's been, he's got to unmute himself.
I have two questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
The first is the size of the opened property, the outdoor storage area.
Oh. Yeah, I have that in my report here. Under the first criterion. So it's about 14,500 square feet.
Okay. Do we know what is going to be included in that?
Yeah, look at that. Ben Deal's shown up right now. Maybe he can speak to that. The applicant
Okay.
just showed up.
The other question is it for the city planning commission to approve the conditional permit prior to the applicant using the easement to cross the property for the access? We got in this last time.
The question is, is Masterson going to allow them to drive that
Oh,
road?
I see.
Remember, they wouldn't allow it when it was going to be the marijuana. They wanted
To the north, next slide to the north. See access.
Thank you. I think Jacob requested it, that's why.
This is all unmuted now.
Yeah. So, so Greg, I think this might help answer your questions. The way that the conditions are structured is if they can't get that legal access, they can't get their C of O. They can't have occupancy.
We don't know if they've talked to them or have any.
They're just
Talk-
coming
we
in.
can talk to the applicant.
Yeah, that's,
So we want to open up for applicant? Okay,
okay.
great.
all right, since it
Good
looks like
timing.
we're here, request the applicant's presentation. That'd be Benjamin, is that you?
He's right there.
Oh, I thought you were on just.
I know.
They were on the line.
Zoom proved a little more complicated than
We've never done it before. Sorry.
It's not that hard, really.
This is much. Anyway, we're to that point for you to come up and give us your story.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And I do have your site plan up if you wanted to reference it. They can see it. We just went through the whole proposal. Yeah, just need to reference it.
You can see it there and you can also see it right over there.
I think the major questions are, what do you do? Like, what are you going to store there?
Well, we're H&I Stone Casting. We make cast concrete statues, bird baths, benches, fountains, decorative yard items. So we would be making them on site. It's a small artisan shop. So the building, so the center, the workshop thing, that's where we would actually store all of our molds. We have about 400 molds, ranging from 4 feet down to little tiny things. And we'd be storing in there, and the front building is an interior retail area where we keep a bit cleaner environment for smaller items. The back where it says product display area, it's gonna be like a little park. We have fountains set up. We're gonna have little paths and gardens, and you walk through and you get to see the product kind of in a little environment that might match your own yard.
The only thing stored back there would be our inventory. So it would just be we make a couple of pieces at a time. And so that would be kind of stored in an area, but we would display most of our little ones in gardens. So
You put products that you haven't sold yet on pallets, and then you have a heister moving things around because you're dealing with cement, concrete, heavy things.
It's heavy. We move it by hand with a little cart. We're not,
The question was, if you're stacking things on a pallet, are they going to be over 6 feet high or anything like that?
No. No, we don't have the capability to get them up there or down. So the heavy stuff will be down low.
Answers the landscaping too. If they're gonna do it in a garden setting, that's taken care of.
Yeah,
it's gonna be beautiful.
we hope to take this eyesore on the highway. It's been sitting vacant for quite a while and make it something beautiful, nice business in the community.
You got one of your pieces already.
Come down and get some more.
You sold it to high school.
Yes.
And I have one of your things too.
Come on, everybody.
I was impressed.
I have a question. So have you talked to the Mathesons about access to the property? The access is going to be a critical thing here.
Correct. We have a verbal yes that Chance Matheson is taking care of it for his family. His mom's getting a little older and he's trying to help out. So we've talked to him. We've got a verbal agreement that he will do a basic maintenance agreement. We've been having a little trouble tracking him down to get that piece of paper from him. We understand that that will be a condition before we can up and run. So
It looks positive.
yes,
Which was different than the last folks that wanted to do something next door. Mathesons didn't want them to the property, so.
They eventually got one from them though.
yeah, and I could understand that was a little different business than what we.
At least we had some,
Heavy to move.
we had some knowledge about it when they applied, so that's why we didn't, there's nothing about it, so I just asked.
We had hoped to have that prepared, but we're still in the process of getting that.
And one other question, just it's really it's up to you guys, but this looks like the closest official sewer point is the back and 190 feet away. There's also another one kind of down along your access through the Matheson. So I was thinking if you're going to get access rights to go through that space, maybe you get access to run your sewer line through that way too.
There is
That's what you do.
that little triangle on the back property line. That triangle, they adjusted our back property line to allow for a manhole that was installed in 1998. When they did the condos that are down in that area, they had these big plans that they were going to develop that whole thing, condos everywhere. And then it kind of fell apart. So what we understand from the city is that that line, it's approximately, I mean, it's a foot from our property line.
Yeah.
The manhole lid. And it's not represented on that picture. Apparently that manhole, which is about 12 feet deep, it was a pretty major deal for them to put that in. And it has a 8-inch line that goes down into that green section and goes all the way down. Apparently it was never officially inspected and completed. So we're hoping, I talked to a couple of the public works guys. They say that it's not that big a deal for them to camera that, flush it out and make sure that it's a good sewer line. And then we will have to get a easement from apparently that piece of property is being sold. I don't know if it's closed yet. The one right behind us. Yeah. We spoke to the new owners at Two Dogs Brewery here in town. And they're wanting to purchase that, and introduce themselves, and so they were waiting for it to close. That was almost 3 weeks ago. So we're not sure where they're at on that.
Is there a restroom on site now in the building?
There is a bathroom in the retail spot currently.
Yeah, I have it up, but you want to see it.
It-
That's it? Yeah, that little square right there.
Yeah, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but it was not really a legal septic system they had going there. When we purchased it, we had hoped for more, but we don't even want to mess with it. We just want to hook up and do it right and not cause a problem for us and anybody else.
We're familiar with this town of the bedrock, right? So. good luck.
We've been digging fence posts. It's
We've
been fun.
been working on that.
Then 12 feet might be fun.
We've
He
talked,
has big tractors.
we've talked to them about hooking to the manhole itself, so we won't have to go the 12 feet to the main line.
That's already
It'll
done.
be about 4 feet deep.
We've got 160 feet of rock to go through.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a fence line that runs parallel with where our proposed sewer line. And is about probably 40 feet when we were doing the fence, that there was a rock hump that we'll have to chip a little bit. The rest of it, hopefully will be okay. It looks like they've been filling that area for years and years. We're digging 2 feet down, you find a piece of asphalt or a piece of concrete, which obviously wasn't born there.
Any more questions?
I'm gonna let Greg, do you have any comments for the app? Okay. All right.
All right, great. Thanks very much.
Sorry we're late.
Yeah.
We
You
thought we
actually
had
came
it.
in like right as it was like, okay, applicant.
We never received a packet in the
So
mail.
we didn't have, yeah.
So-
Oh,
I don't
really?
know if it had a Zoom link number on it, but we could not get it.
Actually, on the way over here, I found the join link, and I think that's when you saw me. We were
Oh,
out
yeah.
in the parking lot, and I'm like, oh,
Oh, yeah.
I found it. I got
So,
it. Thank you so much.
Uh, Testimony in support of the application. Anybody out there? Okay.
I can't see.
How about your Zoom?
Yeah, let's see. Jacob, do you see anybody who's wanting to testify? You're muted. You're muted, Jacob.
No. No, I believe those folks are here for the 8 o'clock meeting. I recognize some of them.
Of whom are you speaking?
One person here. On the left. Okay, so Zoom has nobody for neutral or opposition. Right. Okay. And not seeing anybody in the audience? All right, and don't need a rebuttal. Okay, any final questions? All right. No further questions from the commission, no further responses from the staff. Public record is closed, and this matter is returned to the table for deliberations and oral decisions. I think it's exciting to see another business. I do too. And,
Like most of the issues, the things they have to work out, figure out parking, ADA ramps.
between easements and more engineering on the ramps, because the building inspector is going to want to see that engineered the whole bit. So they got a lot of work to do, but that's a good investment for them there. So, all right.
I have to say, I'm excited about the thought of somebody doing something with this building. I did some checking with the Historic Society and the Museum Association. We believe that building was actually an office for the Western Cooperage Company, which was from the early 1900s. There's a safe in the floor. Is there still a safe in the floor?
I've been underneath, and there's about a 2x2 framed box I thought maybe it was part of an old chimney or something.
It's from a safe. And
I know where we're going when we leave.
so the county has, the date is 1929, but the Historic Society has photographs from 1908, which we believe is the building.
Wonderful.
So I think it's really exciting that you're going to do something with it before it's in such poor condition, and the property looks like a wasteland. So I'm excited about it.
It's just sat there, vacant forever and ever.
So my only concern was the access. So if that gets settled, then.
I would make a motion that we approve the conditional use permit with the conditions as listed.
Second.
Okay. First and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Very good.
Looking forward to you.
Thank you. We'll see all of you there.
Me in particular.
You gotta quit the programming this one too.
Yeah.
So Russ, you'll notice on our,
You want a motion for?
signature. yeah.
Signature.
One second, okay, all in favor? Opposed? Okay.
So our next public hearing doesn't start until 8, and so I would recommend moving to number 5, and maybe we can just knock that out real quick. We've got about 15 minutes. Yeah, time to be on vacation. Okay, so we've done quite a few of these recently, so this process shouldn't be new. So the site that we're looking at has had a number of land use decisions. So many of you might remember in 2013, a similar architectural review was done for a building addition. This is the currently the Salisbury Law Office, right across from the dock side. It's a big, beautiful home. It's got a lot.
And remodeled.
Yeah, it's got a law office on the main floor. So, yeah, so the history is in 2017, the office use was approved. And then also they proposed a live work unit in the basement. It already has a residential unit above that's been approved. And since then, Lower Columbia's been working on it to get the live work unit permitted. And they've now submitted the building permit and a modification to what was approved for that live work unit. And so in the modification, it includes an ADA ramp, which seems like the theme tonight, and some exterior rear facade modifications. So that's why we're here tonight. We're looking at the ramp and we're looking at the changes to the outside of the back of the house. So they're not doing anything to the front. The ramp, I'll show you some plans here so we can get some context. So
Changing the doors on the back, right?
yeah, so let's walk through what they're gonna do. So here's some photos of the back. These were taken in 2017, but it looks relatively the same now. So this is an existing deck, and they're proposing to demolish this because they need that space for their ADA ramp. And then the ADA ramp goes, this is the front of the house. It goes like this alongside the house, and then it turns the corner and goes on along the back where that deck is. So I'll show you some 2D plans so you can get some other context here. So here's kind of the 2D floor plan. You've got the side of the house. The ADA ramp starts here to get the right grade, comes around the back, and then allows access into this kind of new deck in the back. So let's look at an elevation because I think that's probably the best way to see before and after.
Is the old deck similar in size?
I believe so, yes. Yeah. So this is the existing rear elevation with the old deck. And then this is what the ADA ramp elevation would be. Some notable things. So if you look at these windows and the door, they're proposing this new, what they're calling I think it's a trifold or a bifold door, and that's to accommodate a wheelchair. So the current door is not ADA accessible, so they need a much wider door for that. And so that involves getting into these windows a little bit. And so that's obviously a big deal because the guidelines talk about preserving original windows and doors wherever possible. But because it's for ADA access, it does feel warranted. We should just kind of care about how they put it back together.
And it's wood, not vinyl.
Yeah.
Yeah, so originally these were the plans they submitted and I was like, what? Like, I don't know anything about the door or windows that they're putting back. I don't know why they need this bifold door. Like, is it, I just assumed ADA, but I didn't know it was. And they also didn't have any detail on this ramp. So the guidelines also talk about, you don't want to see any bright unfinished metals. And this ramp said steel mesh with, metal frame, but no coloring. There was no detail on the ramp. So the applicant provided some additional narrative to go along with the plans. And I'd like to just kind of read about the ramp. She says that her hope is to incorporate a railing design that mimics the front yard metal fencing, and all exposed metal will be painted in accordance with the historical guidelines. So the front fencing that she's talking about is this darker black fencing. And there's also some black fixtures up on the patio. So I felt like that was a good addition to know that the metal on the ramp, instead of being like an unpolished metal color, like a gangway, basically, it would be this like darker color that matches the front fence. And then she also provided some example photos of what the door would look like. And I was pretty pleased to see these because they looked similar to the French door that they installed in 2013, which you can see in this first photo in the back. So this door was recently installed in 2013. And, I think that if that door matches in the back, that they're at least providing some visual continuity between the two. So is there enough detail? Does the commission have any thoughts about what should be requested of the applicant in this process?
Well, these pictures they show several manufacturers and.
Yeah, not specifics.
Jennifer brought up will they be wood?
Yeah, so in her narrative, she talks about that too.
But I think all you would have to add is true divided light. And that says you can't have the stick on divisions like we've seen.
Mm-hmm. It says the doors.
In 2013.
This commission in 2013.
Well, I don't recall.
It was before the Planning Commission became the Acting Historic Landmarks Commission.
Because those basement doors aren't historically correct. They're way off.
Actually,
What do you mean?
the commission made a, I can't see him. That's Jacob's job. You want to unmute?
Unmute yourself, Greg.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Could there be a better way to put that ramp so that it's not so long alongside of the house? Can it be at a different angle so there would only be a short ramp?
It requires 1 foot and 12 feet of rise to run.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the applicant did not prefer this long ramp. I think this was a requirement of the grade. Yeah, this is a huge expense for them.
I think that the applicant saying that they would paint it to match the guidelines, which I'm think it said in here something about black, like the front.
Yeah.
I would like to see them match the style of the front. I don't think mesh is appropriate for.
Neither.
Yeah, and I think that there's also a building code rule, Russ, maybe you know, about the gap in between, like you can't be able to stick your arm and stuff through. And that might be,
4 inches.
She talks about it being matte black and then they would match our existing metal fence. I'm satisfied with it as long as it's not the mesh that's referred.
I'm not sure.
In the second
Why can't it be?
I think that's what she's, on the second paragraph here in her letter to you, Jenny.
That's existing.
That's the whole, to get our requirement.
Well, then we've got to scratch the word mesh and whatever.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I think the idea is that this doesn't meet building code. That's the idea.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a 4-inch square diameter that you can't be
Still
able
the
to.
same look, but closer together.
Well, there has to be horizontal slats too, is the point. Yeah,
On the AD ramp there does?
yes. Well, I think that's why the detail talks about, look, I'll show you the note in the plans.
Well, Andrew just has a computer.
It's super small. Install guardrails a minimum of 42 inches high such that a 4-inch sphere cannot pass through in all
Yeah,
areas.
that's just 4 inch vertical slats would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
He just, he goes on his computer and.
Sure.
Screen.
okay. So the way to say it is just vertical slats.
Matching the existing.
Vertical, yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
vertical slat. We want it to be metal.
We're putting a lot of expense into this deck, even the metal structure underneath. We don't have any
Are you
worry.
talking about the ramp being metal or?
No,
the-
no, the slats. What does it matter?
And then she did specify wood door and wood window.
See, they've got a new window in there. Replace the windows,
Yep. Good catch. So they are adding a window here.
or in the same place as the previous windows, right? Yeah. It's a different window.
It does look like the ADA ramp does extend a little bit closer to this window if you look at it, Tam. Tan's up.
So the bifolds going to take place on the door and windows, some of the windows. And the windows can be put back.
Yeah, and if you read the plans, it says demo existing door, windows and walls as needed for new bifold door. So it's just talking about this whole area and infilling the opening.
Jenny,
Yes.
in our standards for the historic district, we talk about maintaining the original window concepts. Is that at all being proposed in this application?
Yeah, I think they're maintaining the maximum amount of windows they can, but putting in this door is my understanding.
Why are the doors on the place on the left, the small pane? And on the right, there's the big pane.
So this is, just to clarify, this is the existing rear elevation as it is today, and then this is the proposed. Okay.
The existing. Look on the one on the right.
They are putting a window
And one window right.
of the previous style. Yeah, they match.
I understand that. I just feel like the rest of those should be the same.
Well, they will be, because they're talking about.
Examples do. The examples all do.
Style examples.
Oh, okay.
So the engineer just threw windows that are.
Oh,
doors
she,
in there.
I see, she's talking about the
She's saying
doors.
they're not cut out like.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. No, the door examples she sent are much better than what's shown here. They actually have individual window.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the right terminology. I don't know this terminology, but
And then they're retaining the ones above.
so basically I'm hearing her proposal seems like you're agreeing that it matches the guidelines, but we would like to see instead of, we would like to see a mesh more like, or not a mesh, we'd like to see railing more like this, vertical,
Yeah.
as opposed to also
Yes.
horizontal. Yeah. And the color to match. Yep. Okay, great. So this is a recommendation. I just took notes. I don't think we need a motion for a recommendation. Maybe we should make one just in case, because I don't.
Yeah, we should make a motion.
Motion that we approve it, but have vertical slats on the deck railings and the
ADA ramp.
ADA ramp.
Okay. Are we gonna specify though that it's metal and not cedar?
Yeah, I mean, the plans show metal. She's talking about painted, so I feel comfortable enough. And I was gonna pull everything she pulled about the wood door and the wood window, like all of that, I was gonna include in our decision, because she's stating that they're doing it, so I will make sure it's reflected.
Okay, seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none.
So Jacob, we're gonna do a switcheroo, I think. He's in now.
Why is Jacob up there?
Run a good meeting.
We need 2 computers to operate Zoom with all the stuff that has to go on. I also don't want his germs.
But he's taking the meeting over next.
See you, Jake.
Well, actually, the person controlling the meeting is upstairs. He controlled it the whole time. I was just doing my presentation.
You're really in control.
Yes.
Okay.
I get to mute and unmute whoever I want. See you guys on there.
We're gonna run through it all. Now, and
We all-
I expected more people in the room.
They're in the hallway.
they're in the hallway.
Oh. I need to be more observant.
This is pizza in the box.
What?
Yes. Okay, so it is now 8:04 p.m. And we have this public hearing that is now open. This is a quasi judicial land use hearing. The subject of this hearing is a request for an appeal of a 2-parcel land partition. The subject property is identified on the county assessor map as lot 1100 and 201 on map 5 north, 1 west, 34 BC as in boy, cat. The applicant is Tracy Hill, or really the appellant is Tracy Hill, and the original applicant and owner are Andrew and Lindsay Schlumpberger. Because quasi-judicial proceedings require the observance of certain procedural formalities, we must take a few moments to cover some preliminary matters and required statements. The first one is for the commission. Does any member of the commission want to just declare an ex parte contact, conflict of interest, or bias in this matter? I see none. So the next question is for the audience, both here in person and those in Zoom land. And so for those of you in Zoom land, there is a raise hand function if you need us to acknowledge you. And there will be a point for you to speak, and that should be evident later on. This is one of those brief moments. Does anybody in the audience want to object to the ability of one of these planning commissioners to make a fair decision? Nobody on Zoom? Okay, that's good. Generally, the order of the proceedings will be as follows: required statements, which I'm doing currently, staff report, which will follow this. And then because we have an applicant and appellant, so the way this is going to work is, as far as the testimony, it's going to start with the appellant, then the applicant, and then their public comment for citizens at large, those in favor, those who are neutral, those opposed. And then after that, the appellant will have a response, and then the applicant will have a response. So that's the order that we're going with on that. And that final response be the applicant and appellant is the rebuttal. And then final questions, close of the record, deliberations, and decision. So the following statements are required to be made at the commencement of the hearing pursuant to City Code and ORS 197763, Section 5. The following is a list of the applicable substantive criteria for this decision: St. Helens Municipal Code Section 17.140.040 and 17.140.050. All testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the applicable substantive criteria as described, or other criteria in the plan, such as the comprehensive plan, land use regulations, such as that found in Development Code, which the person believes applies to this decision. Failure to raise an issue, including constitutional or other issues related to the proposed conditions of approval in this hearing, in person, or in writing, or failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the approving authority an opportunity to respond to the issue, precludes appeal to LUBA, the Land Use Board of Appeals, on that issue, and precludes an action for damages in circuit court. So, with the funnest part of the hearing over with the statements, let's get into why we are here. So I want to orient you Google Maps is closed. Nope, here it is. All right. So this was originally an administrative decision for an appeal of, I'm sorry, my mind's in too many places, for a partition to take a property and divide it into two. But before I orient you geographically on this, we do have some materials that were received after your packets were sent. So I'm going to hand out these packets to you. This is two of the items are from the original applicant. No, one of it's from the original applicant, two is from the appellant. And I do have a couple of extra ones. Yeah, I figured you would probably want, and then, yeah, okay. So we are on Belton Road, and the property we're talking about is right here. This is the home. This doesn't show you the property lines, but it shows you generally where we're at. And so this is Dalton Lake, the southern end of Dalton Lake, and this is the illustrious Columbia River. So you can,
We're not seeing anything.
oh, I need to share screen. I'm sorry. Thank you for correcting me on that. These Zoom times. Okay, let me start over. So I'm just using Google Maps here to help orient you. So the property we're talking about is right here. This is the home related to it. And this property is adjacent to the southern end of Dalton Lake, which you can see right here. And it also, a portion of it, as we'll see on some other attachments, abuts the Columbia River. It's accessed via Belton Road, which is here. And I'm going to talk about the Elks Lodge driveway a little bit. And when we talk about the access, and the reason for that is that's kind of the last major driveway where this is basically a dead end road. Before that, you have Forest Park Drive here, which leads to a couple streets that dead end but have standard cul-de-sacs. Something else I want to point out is Google Maps is not always right, given that people that follow those and drive into rivers and stuff when they're not paying attention to the road. And it shows this Gray Cliff Drive actually connecting through this tree line, and that's actually wrong, as I'll show you. And it's really weird because you have Belton Road here, and then there's this little portion of Gray Cliffs Drive, and there's actually a cliff here, and I have a picture of that. So this is why Gray Cliffs Drive does not continue through there, because there would be a lot of rock to go through. So that is roughly in this area here. And the next thing I want to show you so this is one of the attachments in the report. And this is to illustrate the access issue, but also it gives you an idea of the property. So the subject property is here outlined in red. And you can see that it has this little panhandle that extends to the river. So you can see where it abuts Dalton Lake, where it abuts the river. And one of the things we're going to be talking about is Belton Road. And so this is to orient you as far as where it's at in relation to the properties, the variety of property lines, and the road itself. And we're going to talk about Belton Road after the Elks Lodge driveway, which is right here. These are some field measurements that I took. And this is essentially a glorified driveway, which is predominantly one lane. This 11 feet is the predominant width in the area. And right here is where you see this Gray Cliffs Drive where it doesn't connect. This is about where that picture I took is at. It shows you that it does not extend through there. And the other purpose of this is just to identify the amount of dwellings that use this road after the Elk Lodge driveway, and they're just numbered to help you see that. Without a map, this would be impossible to describe in words, and so I felt that was a good idea to have it. So then let's look at the preliminary plat. So now we're going to focus on this property highlighted here. Now I should tell you, this is the preliminary plat with my notes. So that's why all those cat scratches are on there. So parcel 1 is here, parcel 2 is here. The division line that's proposed is right here. Parcel 1 has a house on it, parcel 2 would not, so that would be eligible for some new construction. It abuts Dalton Lake and the river, as I mentioned. Per our sensitive land rules, there is a 75-foot upland buffer that's required. And if you dig deep into the application, which is a part of your packet, you would see that the applicant did conduct what we call an environmental assessment to determine those boundaries, so we can get them identified on the plat. You'll see that I have some numbers in here. Basically, we want to make sure that the net developable area after those easements is still a suitable lot size and dimension. Belton Road, the public right-of-way, is here. They propose an access easement along the south and east sides of parcel 1 to get to parcel 2. And another thing that we're going to be talking about today is this easement that's highlighted in yellow. This is a easement for a septic drain field, actually a shared septic drain field with this property here, the subject property, as well as 250 Belton Road, as you can see right here. Now, both these properties are currently on a pressurized sewer system. It's called a step system. But that easement is one of the things we're talking about as well. So there's 3 issues that have come up, and through testimony, other things may be discussed, but I want to focus on the issues that are subject to appeal. One was some concerns about removal of protected vegetation. And that is something that we investigated in the earlier part of this year. And I checked it out again shortly before the staff report was done, just to get another second look on it. And I didn't see any new impacts that I could identify in the sensitive lands areas. And we did give them a warning. They had an excavator down here. And when I first saw the picture showing the excavator in January, I think, maybe December, or it could have been November, I was like, that's interesting. But once I saw it in person, they did get into that buffer a little bit, but it was predominantly Himalayan blackberry, invasive species. And, no large trees were removed. And so we just kind of used that to educate the applicant on how some of those rules work. So, but there is some concern in the appeal for impacts to sensitive lands. So that's one of the things. Another thing is this easement. So this easement, as highlighted, it's a big easement. And if you know, the easement is the same width as the property, and the proposed property line lies directly within it. Now, the significance of the drain field easement is if you had a drain field, you're not supposed to put roads on drain fields. And per the county folks, you're not supposed to put underlying utilities within 10 feet of a drain field, I believe. But the drain field is an easement for someone else. And so it's kind of an invisible wall, so to speak. An important thing to recognize on the easement is the debate over its validity is a conversation between the applicant and the appellant. It's not our job to say whether or not it's still legit. But we do want to make sure that it's resolved because we don't want to create a parcel that doesn't have access. So there's the easement, there's the concern about vegetation being removed, and the other issue is road access. Now, road access, this is one of those partitions, sometimes they're easy. Sometimes they're like, well, this really makes me have to think. And if this was built today, and we had 10 homes. Allowing a road that is largely 11 feet in width would not be something that we would allow today. But you have a lot of these lots have been around a long time. The road's been in there a long time. And so how do you deal with that? And what we did as staff is we said, okay, we have this large parcel. They're able to create a buildable lot, excluding the sensitive areas, as I showed on that preliminary plat. But the road's pretty inadequate. And sometimes with partitions, you require things like sidewalks to be built and things like that. And sidewalks don't make really sense out there at all. But our job is public health, safety, and welfare. And so we always have to keep that in mind when we're trying to make these decisions. And we also had some testimony from some of the longtime neighbors about this bend right here. It's kind of a blind corner. So we looked at that, and then we also looked at some of our private driveway standards, which, say when you have a situation like this, you can require turnouts where the road widens to 24 feet for a distance of 30 feet. And we felt that that was a reasonable improvement to add one more lot, which is going to add a little more burden to the transportation system. And the access is an interesting one. So, for the commission, and you'll hear plenty of testimony tonight, but so the question for you is, are you okay with that? Should you require more? Can you require more proportionality wise? Or is it just so inadequate that we shouldn't be cutting up parcels to add more vehicles? So that's one of the more nebulous questions, at least in my mind. It was one of the most difficult things to figure out in working out that initial decision. So anyways, I think we're gonna have a lot of testimony. I probably have blathered enough. Hopefully that provides enough for you to understand what we're talking about today. And with that, I think we'll turn it over to public testimony.
I have a question. Jacob?
Yes.
My question is, how many lots can you get out of that partition? How many more times can that property be partitioned?
Well, and that's a great question. So one of the things that we consider for partitions is a redevelopment plat or a shadow plat. And what that does is that sets up some imaginary property lines to make sure a house is well located efficiently so that it can be divided further. In this case, we recommended against it because there's sensitive lands, access is limited, the sewer is limiting, and it would be challenging to cut up parcel 2 even more. And, at some point we'd have to go, well, there's too much load on the system. In this case, one more lot results in one more home. And so we feel that, okay, well, one more home doesn't blow up the system, but we would have to consider future proposals on a case-by-case basis. Fortunately, I don't think we're going to face that, Greg, because of the circumstances. We won't see a lot of divisions, but you never know.
My other question is, why shouldn't the planning commission wait until the matter is resolved by the property owners regarding the easement before granting the application for the partition?
Should the planning commission wait? Is that your question?
Yeah, why shouldn't we wait until the two property owners have made an agreement as far as the easement before we consider this application?
Well, there's a couple things to that. One, State statute says we can't just hold on to applications forever. There's the 120-day rule, and we're pretty close on that as it is. And so delaying it further, I think would be in poor faith for the city to do. And also, let me go back to sharing screen. So we had an initial decision, and then we had some public comments, and we ended up amending that decision. And so for the applicants, this is the third time around. I'm sure they're having a ball. So what we said in the amended administrative decision is, okay, you got to take care of this easement, or you need to find a way around it. So conceivably, you could get an easement from an adjoining property owner if that property owner was willing to grant the easement to get around it. And so really you have those two choices. The partition is valid for a year and can be renewed for another 6 months, I believe. And it's conceivable that that issue could be resolved within the validity period.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jacob, you had your decision that a white spot, a pullout would be required at the corner, Belton Road, the blind corner?
The blind corner, as I mentioned, yes.
Is that shown anywhere? Just be just in word.
Where
would that be?
Actually, the applicant,
I didn't see that.
it wasn't illustrated except in text until the applicant put that to paper. So let me show you that.
I'm just trying to understand where that would be.
Yeah, so we have a good exhibit in here. It's part of the, so the applicant put together a tree plan. And as, I guess I got to share screen again, sorry. Sorry for the people in Zoom land, okay, so this is something that the applicant provided, and this is not in your original packets. This is one of the later things that I just gave you today, although this was emailed to you. And so they, if we get in really close.
Thank you, I just missed it. I see it.
Okay, but they kind of illustrated it right here.
Thank you.
So any more? Any more questions for me before we testimony? I don't see any. So the first entity to speak is going to be for the appellant. And the appellant is represented both on Zoom and in person. And I'm assuming you would like Dan to speak first?
He asked that I go first.
Okay, no, that's perfectly fine. We just want to.
Wait.
So yeah, if you want to go up to
I'm gonna come up
the
here.
table.
I'm really sorry, first of all, because don't think I've ever been so nervous in my whole life, and you guys don't even look scary. I made some pictures of, you've not been to my home, I assume. They're extraordinary. They show both before and then after some of what I'm just gonna briefly talk about, because we don't need to be here until midnight, right? If I can pass these around, I made a zillion copies and they're kind of cool and I'm proud of one in particular. but.
So you're submitting for the record.
Well, it's show and tell, yes.
Okay, so if you're handing them out, that you basically.
I am submitting these for the record.
We have your name.
My name is Tracy Hill. And if I can just give these to you guys, you can maybe follow along just a little bit. It's not. Can I see that? Okay. I coded it. I made extra copies
Okay,
too.
thank you.
You're welcome. Fresh from the printer. Thank you.
Jacob, would you like me to scan that for Greg? I can email it to him.
Yeah, that would be great, actually. That way Greg is not left in the dark.
Okay. I'm no Ansel Adams, obviously, but I am going to read largely off script because I have to do that, and I've been working on this for about 18 years, I think. My name is Tracy Hill. I am a 5th generation Native Oregonian. I moved here, I bought my house at 250 Belton in the spring of 2018. I'm familiar with this area. I've spent quite a bit of time out here and knew that I had to live in St. Helens, not just Columbia County. I wanted to live somewhere inside what I think is an amazing community of people, down to earth and with values that match my own. From my house, that first picture that you can see is just one of the things that I see, and I'm kind of proud of that because they don't always do that, but that's the Conference of Egrets. So funny. And that's directly across from my, it was taken off my upper deck, but directly on the lake, I see the most amazing things down there. I see the fledgling herons that have now gotten their wings and learned how to use their feet just in the last couple of weeks. I can't even describe. I watched the eagles mating, which was super cool. And they mate from a tree that you can see in some of those pictures. They've cartwheeled from that tree down toward the lake. And it's the most awesome sight in the world. And I am very blessed to have been an audience to all of this for the past 2.5 years. I have gotten to know my neighbors. There's not too many of us down there on Belton. They are the kindest and most wholesome people I've ever known in my life. A lot of them grew up on the same property that they live on now, and their families have had these places for 60 and 70 years in some cases. I've gotten to know some of the people out on Gray Cliffs in some magnificent homes, and they too are amazing people whose values largely match my own. They're out there for the same reason that I live here now. And it's kind of neat. Before I purchased my property, I'm kind of a stickler for detail. I did a lot of due diligence. I found the property, I fell in love with it, but I also am, for me, like I said, I'm an iDaughter. I went down to the city. I made a lot of phone calls. I talked to a lot of people. I found out about my easement. I saw that on title. I know what it's for, or I knew what it was for. I learned what a step system was, something I'd not known of before. I knew how sewage worked down there. I became very familiar. On paper, I've got like a notebook full of notes on different ordinances that protect our land around here. My responsibility, and I guess everyone's responsibilities as homeowners to, if you're going to touch the lands within 200 feet of a sensitive border, that you have to obtain permission and you have to obtain an environmental assessment of the place and give it to, I assume, you guys. And all those things are approved, and they're approved for a reason. They protect where we are out there. But I think one of the biggest things for me, and it was the icing on the cake, so to speak, was I wanted the place really badly, but I also knew that there were some problems. We are on basalt out here. Sewage down there has been a challenge in the past. I understand I know that the step system was introduced. My neighbor, or the people that own the Schlumberger's house now and that owned my house then, had gone on the step system in the early 90s, and it was built in the late 80s, I think. At that time, they came off of their septic systems and their drain field. And I believe it was the septic tank on the Schlumberger's property, the city required that they fill it in with sand and reestablish another one that was more in line with what the step system would require. I learned all that. And it sounds really boring, but I was interested. I did all those things. I learned that my easement was a solid thing, that it could not be removed. It was, in fact, my insurance policy that if the step system ever failed, and they can fail, they are not a main city conventional sewer system. If it ever failed, I would still be able to live in my own house. And ironically, so would the Schlumbergers, because of this shared drain field that my easement protects. I did that work, and I put down earnest money, and I bought myself the best house I've ever been in, and the house I hope to die in, frankly. I've called the city sanitarian. I have talked to the public works director. I have found out that even though that easement, the purpose for that easement is not being used, and you will probably have a copy of the easement in your materials someplace, even though the purpose of it is not currently being used, that does not take the easement away. It does not take away the one huge thing that makes my property a livable place. It also does double duty. And I'll be honest, it protects the area upon which it sits. It protects it's bordered by, and in some cases a little bit on, the sensitive lands barriers down there. It protects our lake. It protects our river. And if I ever need a septic system, in the event that the step system blows up, I have that insurance policy and I don't lose my home. I have on here interactions with the Schlumbergers. I remember roughly when they moved in. I was camping. It was last summer. The first I learned that they wanted to extinguish my septic field, drain field easement and build a roadway and a house over it was when I received Jacob's first notice of partition. And that came actually on April Fool's Day of this year. And I was shocked, really shocked. I called him, I called all over the place, and I didn't quite know how to deal with it, but I'm getting off track. My easement stands as a huge barrier to this family wanting to develop a parcel of land that has always been there and has been held by its owners as the neatest place in the world and should just remain the way that it is. I'm emoting, so I actually shouldn't do that. Sorry, Dan. I found out from calling the county sanitarian, Erin O'Connell, neat gal, and speaking with another couple of administrators at the city, that the Schlumbergers appealed to the county and the city to just remove my easement. And we're told that that wasn't possible, that they needed to work with me, talk to me. They never did. They never called, never stopped by, and they have never spoken to me. I did a few weeks ago, my land use attorney got communication from their attorney stating that why don't I send you an extinguishment document, and if your client doesn't sign it, we're just gonna sue her for quiet title in court, which is pretty scary to me anyway. And that was a little shocking. So I guess that's what working with your neighbor means. There was no communication before that at all. I'm going to backtrack just a little bit and then I'm just going to finish because I don't want to get boring. In the fall of last year, they'd only been there a couple of months, whatever. I watched as the owner went down to the lake's edge and carved a path with a chainsaw through to allow his property to connect with the shore of this lake. There's no beach on this lake. As you can, I don't know if you can see that in any of the photos, the beach on the lake. But it allowed him to go on to his beach and, you know, and access the lake for whatever reason. I watched that. And then I watched as he came down and sprayed poison all over the blackberries and some other shrubs too. Sometimes the mallards nest down there, and I watched them through binoculars. I watched that, not quite sure what I was seeing until it was the very next day that everything started to brown up. There are pictures in there. You can see that. If you look at picture number, if you look past the pretty pictures to the first picture labeled number 1, I think. Oh, I slipped. All right. That is what it looked like. Picture number 1 is what it looked like. Not long thereafter, this happened. A big old tractor that's brought down to the beach and starts mowing up all the dead and mowing large divots in the sand, trees and, you know, little teeny trees and shrubs that had nothing to do with anything and just sand. And I don't know why. I went over there. I was very upset. It took me like a week or more to just calm down because I didn't want to go over there and just be like, who the heck are you? I'm your new neighbor type of thing. You know, that's not me. So I waited. I learned some things and I went over there and the tractor was in the driveway and Ron Schlumpberger, Andrew Schlumpberger's father, and he were both out there. And I introduced myself and I'm your new neighbor, blah, blah, blah. And what you got going on down here? So they brought me down to the beach where it was shattering. These pictures do not show what it looked like. It was awful. I mean, you're slogging through what is now mud and these divots and everything else. And I said, why did you poison all of this? Well, we had the area surveyed and they told us we could, and this is our land. I said, okay, but you're so close to the lake. Why would you poison? And Senior Schlumpberger said, this will never leave my head. We didn't pay $900,000 for this piece of property not to develop it. And that was that. I was dismissed. And I crawled back up the hill and I went home and started calling Jacob a lot. The Schlumpberger's attorney, if you will have copies in some of your stuff wherever, will tell you that the septic tank, that the easement that protects the septic drain field has been destroyed. I've got multiple emails in my records. Pipes have been broken, cement was poured, things were capped, it's destroyed, it can never be used again. That isn't true. A septic tank, it was an old septic tank when the previous owners, the Sorensens, owned the property, had to be filled in accordance with city mandate. And they put in another one that would better work with the step system. The drain field is there, the easement protects it. I'm actually doing pretty well, not on script, honestly. Hold on, I'm super sorry. I'll probably lost the page, but I told you that they haven't talked to me about my easement. Nobody's ever talked to me about any of this. I've been threatened with lawsuit, and that's the extent of it. I have spoken, this is off script, sorry, Dan. I have spoken to and gotten to know even more neighbors in my area. And I will tell you that to a man, and you will hear this from some people tonight, to a man, no one supports a partition down there. And in several cases, without me ever bringing it up, as Mr. Sorensen himself will tell you, that's an easement. That easement is there for a reason. That is sacrosanct. It needs to be left alone. It does. If something happens, I can't live in my home anymore. That was my easement. That was my right as a property owner. I bought that house with that easement. You're going to be told by their attorney to ignore the easement because he's just going to sue me for it, which I suppose is his right, and that's unfortunate. It's like, howdy neighbor, nice to know you. First time, no introductions, we're just going to see you. Their attorney is going to tell you instead to focus on the other two conditions to approval of the property. There is a tree inventory. Back on the weekend of April 14th, my son's birthday, some guests and I watched as they felled 3 enormous old trees on their property. I already knew that this was a condition to approval, but I also knew that they can't do that. This did it. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission, I think, and I don't mean to be rude, but after all that they've done so far, it just seems like that's the case. They tear down these trees. They have not been held accountable, not by code. You guys have rules. We have ordinances. We have them for a reason. I'm familiar with them. I know what my responsibility is. I'm not sure why anyone else would be outside of that. Even the Schlumbergers. The tree inventory and the removal of the vegetation, the poisoning, the hacking, the heavy equipment and everything else, that's wrong. And it shouldn't have just been done, but they just did it and are still not accountable for that because they assume that you're going to grant their partition. They assume that that'll all be okay because it's just advance work for what they plan on doing when they get their partition. I think my neighbors haven't behaved very nicely, honestly, not to me, not to my neighbors, or legally so far. But they still want you to approve their partition when there's no legal way to access parcel 2 as the code requires. Please deny this partition. Don't simply approve it with a condition that they just somehow figure out my easement with me, because that's obviously not going to happen, not the normal way. I'm not happy with how the Schlumbergers have treated me or my neighbors. But you should extend them no favors when they haven't demonstrated with compliance with the partition requirements that are in place for access for them. Please deny this application. And after me, you get to hear from my attorney, whose cohesive speech is a lot better than mine. Yes.
One question, on your research, it's not just the space, but was it also test and found to be a good place for a drain field?
It used to be. Thank you for asking that, Dan. It was a shared drain field at the time. The Sorensens, and at that time, Tina and Art Johnson. I'm sorry?
It was in use?
It was. It was prior to those properties going on the step system. Is there anybody else? Hi, Dan.
The rest of that easement, was future drain field for repairs.
Yes, sir. It's vast.
So you're done?
I'm done.
Okay. So I'm assuming Dan wants to speak?
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Can,
I have to mute the room when you speak, so it's going to sound quiet, but it's so that there's no echo.
okay. Should I go ahead then? Okay, thank you. Good evening. Thank you very much for staying late for this hearing. My name is Daniel Cairns, and I'm a land use lawyer. I've been retained by Tracy Hill to represent her in this case. After she got notice of the application and called the city planner, she then called me and asked me kind of what this all meant and what the legal implications were. I think you have my address. It's attached to the appeal notice. And also I submitted this afternoon a memo with 4 attachments. And I would ask that you read those over after tonight's hearing. I've asked for that the record be kept open following tonight's hearing for at least 7 days. And I think that you'll be getting additional evidence as well that would warrant a careful review of all these materials. Ms. Hill kind of gave you the her perspective, how she came to this property and its significance for her. And Mr. Grecian gave you the geographic lay of the land. I think you understand where her property is, where my client's property is relative to the Schlumberger's property. And Mr. Grecian drew onto the plat, the preliminary plat, where the easement is located. And it was a shared easement. It's a pretty significant size. It precludes the development plan as is proposed. I think the easement, there are several copies in the record. It very clearly states that no use of this easement area is allowed. That's inconsistent with its use as a septic drain field. It's been recorded. It was recorded in 1976. And it's very clear and express by its terms. And my sense, although I'm a little perplexed, that my sense this application just depends on you acting like a circuit court judge and deciding that the easement should be extinguished or will be extinguished, and then grant the partition on that assumption. And even though it doesn't currently meet the city code requirement for access for parcels that are proposed to be created. I think under some circumstances, and as you know, you've approved a number of decisions in your past with conditions that were relatively straightforward, clear, and objective. Compliance could be figured out pretty easily without any discretion. In this case, I don't see any way that they can certainly fulfill this condition within 18 months. And so there are enough problems with this application that's why we're asking you to deny it, that a condition isn't sufficient. The record before you is pretty express with this easement, with the proposed partition. As we say in the game, this easement is a deal killer for this proposal. And so based on this record alone, the access requirements in the code aren't met. And kind of getting to some of the arguments that the applicants have raised about why you should easily and readily ignore this easement. And I think that their arguments ignore the fact that this is not just a conventional sewer system. It ignores all the amount of work that my client did before she bought this property, recognizing that she's certainly on the edge of the city's sewer system. The city's conventional system is on the other side of the Elks Lodge and is in excess of 300 feet from her property. It's uphill, and a step system includes a number of pumps and pieces of infrastructure on the private property side that require, I wouldn't say constant maintenance, but pretty frequent maintenance. So for example, the grinder pump, so there's a grinding process to this, a sewage ejector pump. So there are 2 pumps involved, plus the septic tank before it is pumped into the pressurized line in Belton Road, and then the collective pressure applied by all the private property owners essentially pumps it uphill into the city sewer system. And as you can see, this is a whole lot different than your standard, very simple gravity feed sewer system. And I'm not asking that you become sanitary engineers, but just that you understand there is a reason why my client thought the future prospect of a on-site septic system was important. If any of these elements fail, if the system on Belton Road fails, even if there's a power outage, the system goes down. The system could go down in a catastrophic way. These are pretty reliable systems, but they're not a conventional sewer system. I wouldn't expect any of you to blithely get rid of such an important insurance policy. Because if you don't have on-site septic as an option, then there's a chance that your property can be rendered valueless, your entire investment valueless. So this is an important insurance policy for my client. And she figured this out before she bought the property. And that's why she expressed such shock and dismay when she learned the kind of the assumed premise of this application. And still to this day, we have not quite been able to figure out how the applicants think that this easement can be nullified so easily. So I guess that's an important issue for you to understand, and that the access requirements in the city code and are simply not met for parcel 2 that they're proposing. So I don't see any point in approving this until these issues are resolved. I think if it was you or me, the resolution would have been started months ago. I think it would involve a walk over to the neighbor's house. Ms. Hill's house is right on the road there. It's easy to get to. She's out a lot outside, and it just makes perfect sense to go and talk to the neighbor about how this can be resolved. I was shocked when I found out that their assumption, well, I learned it from their attorney, they're just going to sue my client for a quiet title in circuit court. And so get ready for that. So I think that the solution here at this point may not be too easy, but I think that's the ultimate solution here, because I'm quite confident that a circuit court is not going to invalidate this easement, is not going to find that it has been abandoned. And I don't think that that case is going to get resolved inside of 18 months. So I really don't see any point in approving this. So that, again, it's not really up to the Planning Commission to decide whether this easement exists or can be invalidated. That's for a circuit court to decide. But I'm telling you this so you understand the importance of this insurance policy for my client, and how it really, this easement is there for a reason and cannot be developed for any use that's inconsistent with its use as a drain field. The 2 other issues we raised were kind of the sort of an alarm issue, the sensitive lands. You have a very comprehensive set of regulations in Chapter 1740 of the code dealing with protection of wetlands and sensitive lands and buffers and regulations there. And the reason that this is an appeal issue is that I don't believe that the condition is adequate, that it requires, it basically says that you can deal with this after the fact. And having been in this business a long time, I know that once the vegetation has been removed, once the tractor and the backhoe have been in there, it's very hard to figure out what was there before, what were the habitat and values and the wetland issues that were there in order to make this application after the fact retroactively come into compliance with the code. And as you know, the focus of your sensitive land regulations are first avoidance, but we can't do that anymore, minimize impact, it's a little late for that too, and mitigate. And so basically the condition as proposed says just mitigate. And what I would suggest is it would require a lot more thorough on-the-ground analysis to determine exactly what was there before. It's not going to be easy, but I think that the condition as in the director's decision lets these applicants off the hook. And unfortunately, in this world, it does turn out that it's a lot easier to beg forgiveness than to ask permission in advance. And I think that's exactly what these people have done. And so I would recommend you don't let them do that. Don't reward them for that approach. The other issue, the third issue, is access, the access road, Belton Road. You know, this is one of the problems of the camel's nose coming into the tent. You know, it was a few homes before, it's a few more, now it's 10, and this would be an 11th. The roadway is simply not wide enough, 11 feet, my gosh. Who has a driveway that's only 11 feet wide? And the code requires 20 feet of pavement width. The right-of-way here is plenty wide. It just isn't developed. Pavement width is only 11 feet. For most of this, requires 20. The applicants say it's too expensive, and so they claim it's would be an unconstitutional takings if the city required the upgrade of the roadway for its entire length, that it's disproportionate. The cost of that would be disproportionate to the impact of this additional unit. And so a condition of approval would be, in their view, a takings. My response to that is, I don't know about the lawfulness of a condition such as that. The way I look at this is blatant grounds for denial. It just simply doesn't meet the approval criteria. This is a health and safety issue. And even though there's a letter in the record, I think the applicant has gone to the fire district chief, and I believe the applicant works for him, and basically has a letter saying, don't worry, we can serve. I don't think I've ever met a fire chief that hasn't said that. That's the very public service driven people. But I don't think that that's the right approach here. It's only 11 feet wide. And if one of the solutions is to, if a house is built on parcel 2, is to put in sprinklers, well, that doesn't save anyone who's calling the fire department for a medical emergency. Most fire district calls are for medical reasons, not for fire. Sprinklers really don't help. What's at issue here is the width of the roadway. And so this seems to me like a basis for denial. And I would not want to be in a position of defending a condition of approval that would require a full build out of the roadway. But I don't believe that, number one, that just one bump out for cars to pass is sufficient. And number two, I don't think that complies with the code. I think if they want to reduce a numeric standard in the code, I think they need a variance. And I don't believe they've applied for one. I don't believe one has been approved. So I think that's also another grounds for denial here. I think at the end of the day, this application was kind of put together in a very slapdash way with the assumption that no one at the City of St. Helens is going to be watching. None of the neighbors are going to be watching, and that this is such a simple, small potatoes type of development that they could just proceed and do as they please and see what happens after the fact. And I believe that there are several grounds for denial of this very simple partition application. And I'd urge you to do that. As I mentioned, I submitted a memo this afternoon. I've asked for the record to be kept open for 7 days, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions that people have at this time.
Silence from the commission. Okay, thanks, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next it is going to be the applicant's testimony. So whomever you want to start, speak your name for the record. And
I'm Andrew Schlumberger.
I am Jeff Seymour. I'm an attorney. I'm representing the Schlumbergers in this. So if I could real quick, and I want to thank Mr. Kearns and the appellant for their testimony. I submitted a response to the appeal that you folks got in your packet this afternoon, and I'd just like to quickly address the issues that we've raised. We have submitted, we've used a surveyor that has prepared a, he calls it a preliminary partition plan, tree plan and road improvement plan. So talking about the tree issue, the vegetation removal, Andrew will testify that he has not poisoned any vegetation. Nothing has been taken out but invasive species. They have talked to the city. They got a letter notifying them that it was improper, and they haven't been down in those areas since then. They did cut down a few trees that were in the access area to Lot 2. But if you look at this, kind of a small one, plan here, but if you look at it, it's got all the trees that comply with Chapter 17 of the City Code in terms of a tree plan. It matches the proper calipers and it puts them in the right place, and they're the right species of trees. So we understand that they may have had some issues with the city in the past as to how this went. That's been resolved, and we now have a tree plan submitted that is in compliance with Chapter 17. So what we would ask you is that be accepted, and that be part of the approval. The second issue I'm going to talk about is the issue of the easement. And what I've got here is a letter from one of the prior owners of the property, Mr. Sorensen. And I'll provide a copy of this to the commission following the hearing in the 7-day period. It's written, it's March 8th of 2020. And what he said, I just want to read this in because there's the appellant has testified that this septic system has not been destroyed, and it sounds like it's still functional. And this is from the people that had that issue originally. And what he says is, I, Richard Sorensen, 160 Bolton Road, Art Johnston, 250 Bolton Road, and Steve Silve at 585 Gray Cliff Drive, collectively went together with approval of the City of St. Helens, hired a certified engineer approved by the city to disconnect our septic systems and hook up to the city sewer system. All former sewer systems, septic systems, were abandoned by filling old tanks with sand, disconnected all drain field and installed new drain field pipes and installed new concrete holding tanks that pump to the city sewer system. All old drain fields are obsolete, not in use, and dried up. They had, and you'll see in here, they thought that they had submitted the information needed to cancel out that easement, but that didn't happen. So I'm just this is a letter from Mr. Johnson back down, or Sorensen rather, that confirms that the system has been destroyed. In this case, there's 3 reasons or 3 bases for the system, the easement being extinguished, okay? The easement can be, and this is under Oregon law, the easement can be extinguished by destruction, which in this case it has been. The reason for the easement was destroyed. The septic system has been destroyed, it's dried up, it's no more good. It's no good anymore. The second reason is you abandon an easement. In this case, they have not used that easement for 25 years. And in fact, there are mature fir trees growing over the septic drain field, 50, 60 foot high trees. The third, and maybe the most important reason that this has been extinguished is by what's called impossibility. And that is, it's impossible anymore for this easement to exist. And that's because of the city code 17, well, I cited it in my thing, my response. The city code says that if there is city sewer available, that property owners must hook up to it. It also says, sort of conversely, that they can only install a underground sewage treatment system if there is no city sewer available. So in this case, the code strictly prohibits her from ever hooking up to any septic system again. They talk about this being an insurance policy in case the step system fails. Well, if the step system fails, everybody's going to be in the same boat. The city's going to have to come out and fix it. For them to, at this point, to, let's say the city sewer system, the step system fails, she'd then have to apply to get out to apply to for a new permitted drain field, and she'd need 2 drain fields under code. That would take, how long does that take? A month, 2 months? I mean, the city would fix the sewer system long before that. So their claim that this is some insurance policy in case the sewer system fails just doesn't fly. In terms of road access, the condition of approval for this is that my clients build a 24 by 30 foot turnout on a really sharp 90-degree curve, which will allow cars that can't see around that to turn over if there's obstructing traffic. We have an estimate well, first of all, we have in our package, we have a letter from the fire chief saying that they have no record of any accidents in the area. They don't have, for public safety, they don't have any problem with the road being that width. They would like to see a turnout. We also have in the file submitted in the staff report, there's a letter from the fire marshal who says he is satisfied with sprinklers for the new house and adequate access and turnaround for the trucks. He has no problems in his letter that you have with the width of the road. So I understand he's a real stickler for details, and if they were concerned about the safety of that road, he would say something. So the other issue, one is it's safe with the turnout that has been conditioned. That's going to cost my clients between $15,000 and $25,000 as it is. That's a huge burden. We have in here, well, there's 2 letters that I submitted from 2 of the local neighbors, Mr. H-O-U-G-H, and Mr. Belcher. None of them have any problems with this. They recall, one of these guys recalls 1 accident in 27 years, and I understand it was a single car, sports car that went off the road. They have no problems with the safety of that. Finally, the last thing you'll see, my Exhibit 5 is a basic estimate from Triton that estimates that to bring the road up to code standards, about $181,000. And what this says is this excludes blasting and drilling. So it could be, this could run close to $300,000 to bring this road up to code. And that's just way out of proportion for adding 1 more house. So that's basically my argument here. I guess in terms of the easement, let me just finish that up. Is we've through council have learned that the appellant is not willing to just grant us basically release the easement. So we're left with having to file a lawsuit in court to quiet title. I think that the court will go along with us. What we would request in terms of the time it's going to take to resolve this, we have a year from approval to record our final plat. And if it's not done, we get another 6 months after that. And that's plenty enough time to get this thing settled, even with a lawsuit. Hopefully, once it's filed, we can just get it settled, but that's plenty of time to get this settled. So you, in granting the partition with the condition that the easement get taken away, we can get that done. And we would ask for that opportunity to. If we can't somehow get it done in 18 months, then we're going to have to start again, I guess. But that's plenty of time for us to get this thing resolved. Nothing else to say. Andrew, I want to ask you a little bit. There's a lot of talk about removing vegetation down there. Can you talk a little bit about that and what's going on?
Yeah, when we first bought the property, there's a beach down there. So there's a whole bunch of right now, or there was a whole bunch of, and there still is now, a bunch of stickers that gets in my dog's hair, gets on our feet and clothes, as well as getting on our child who walks down there and falls. He falls on all these stickers and stuff and sticker bushes, all that. And so we're in the process. I talked to Jacob and the city and Aaron and everyone before I bought the house about partitioning and what we need to do and all that stuff. And then how I needed to get a surveyor. So Dave Reynolds came. I called him. He said I need to trim out a pathway to Dalton Lake to figure out the 75-foot setback, as well as my border and all that. So I did that with a trimmer, a gas-powered trimmer, which was okay. Tracy reported that Jacob, as well as everyone else, was okay. All I did was this pathway, circular pathway out there, and then Dave came and I did some more, and then I trimmed up the rest that were not in the sensitive land area away. And all what it was is blackbirds. There's no trees, and Stacy, the wetland specialist, can contest to that. I've never ever sprayed anything down there. I could contest. I'll take a lie detector test. I'll do whatever you want. I have pictures before I cut, after I cut, and everything. I swear on my life, I never sprayed anything. I don't have chemicals on my house to spray anything. All I did was, it was electric trimmer, and I did that all by hand. And then my dad, we got a excavator, and then we piled it up on the bushes. Never did the excavator in the 75-foot setback for the Dalton Lake area. We did go about 4 or 5 feet in the Columbia River setback from the Columbia River, which that was all moss. And I have pictures to show before and after. All what we scooped up was into a pile, and of just sticker bushes and stuff. There's no trees or any native plants or anything like that. And Stacy contested that. She said I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. And I take blame for the tractor, using the tractor. This is brand new to me. I've never done a partition. And I immediately stopped when I got the notice from Jacob and all that. With the tree removal and stuff, I got the first notice back from Jacob about the partition getting approved, and I could start doing stuff around my property. So we took out those trees because they're in our view towards our house, and then we would also, if we get grant to put on a road down there, we'll have to take those out. So we took those out. It was myself, my dad, we had Aaron Paulson Logging. I mean, we had professional tree people there helping take them out. So that's as far as that. As far as trying to with working with Tracy, I 2 times I met with Tracy. One time it was me and my mom were walking our dog around the corner, and then Tracy was out with her son, and then I talked to the son and stuff, and this is brand new. I was trying to figure out where the property lines were. So I asked Tracy and Tracy's son. Well, Tracy started yelling at his son not to talk to me, and you don't know where you're going, and cussing. And then she went inside, and then her son apologized to me and said, I think it's over here. And he walked and tried to show me where the property lines were. And then that was it with that first time exchange. And the second time was my dad was over doing something in the front yard area, and she came over with paperwork showing that that's not my property down there on the beach. And I said, what are you talking about? And she said, that's not your property. That's someone else's property. And I said, no, that we had Dave Reynolds. He's a professional land surveyor come out and survey that property. He's like, well, he's wrong. He's not a professional surveyor. I said, okay, well, the stakes are out there. You could see them. And then, so we walked down there and showed her, and I told her what her plan was. And then she said, oh, that's just ugly. I can't believe you did that. And then walked away. And that was her second time. So, I mean, those 2 exchanges, I didn't think when I found out about this easement, I had no idea about this easement. This was a shock when I found out about this easement going through this process. When I bought the house, I was never told about the easement or anything like that. So, I mean, I guess that's where I'm at on that. I could contest. I've never sprayed. I've never done. I take responsibility for using that excavator in that 75-foot area, but it was never the Dalton Lake side. It was in the Columbia River side, and I take responsibility for that. I shouldn't have done that. I should have got a proper permit or shouldn't have used it at all. But, so we didn't take out any trees in the sensitive land or anything like that. And Stacy can contest that. Everything we did was fine. She actually says it's actually good to cut the sticker bushes down actually around that because it provides nutrients for the soil around. She stated to us.
Really, we don't have much more. Just again, we believe that the conditions and the amended approval are sufficient. In terms of the easement, we've got, roughly 18 months to get that taken care of. And otherwise, the tree plan we've submitted, it's got a road plan that meets the code requirements. And road access issue, again, we believe that the evidence here is that adding that turnout's enough to add one more house to that road. So, thank you. And again, we understand the record's going to be left open for a while, so we have more evidence to submit, but thank you for letting us make this presentation.
One more question too, on the road safety and stuff. I mean, as far as I've contacted St. Helens Police, Columbia 911 dispatch, and got a record. There's no records of any crashes that's ever happened on that road. I've went on medical calls and calls in that area. We have no issue turning around. There's lots of turnouts in there, especially if we fix that 90-degree turnout there. I mean, be no issue. And then we have would have the fire department turn around and all that down there on our new property, and then down off Great Cliffs Drive there's lots of places to turn out around there. There's in St. Helens, there's way more streets that are a lot narrow and harder to navigate than Belton Road is and Great Cliffs Drive there.
Thank you.
I have a question. Let's talked about vacating just a portion of this easement. It's a huge easement. It doesn't look like you need the whole thing to get a road through there. Is that possible to break it into a chunk?
Well, it'd be fine with us. I mean, if she would agree to it.
I guess.
My understanding is, let me think.
Ask her if it would be sufficient on room for septic things, for septic fields for both of your properties. I don't know, cutting it down. I'm not a septic field designer, so I don't know if that's sufficient amount of room. Who's asking the question?
I got another thing sorry to bring up. This is how this all happened. I got reports from neighbors that Tracy has told neighbors that she's going to do whatever she can to prolong this and make me spend as much money, to cost me as much money so I can't do this. So as far as, I mean, if we're working to split that up, I mean, I'm fine with that. That's whatever, to be able to get my road down. That's completely fine with me. But I feel like I just feel like that's her way of allowing to block this partition from happening.
When you bought the property, you went through escrow, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't show the easement on the form?
It showed a, what is it called?
We looked into the preliminary title report and looked at it, and there was an exception that basically said it made it sound like it was a sewer line. And when they went through closing, the title company explained it as basically just a sewer line through there and not a large drain field type of easement.
That would then become the issue with the title company.
Yes.
It is.
That's why they have insurance.
It is.
Yeah, everybody gets paid on that one.
It is an issue with the title company. So.
All right. Questions?
I had one other question. One of the questions from some people that had submitted, I think, other neighbors, why the driveway was proposed for this particular side of the lot, not where the old traditional dirt path was, or Why this lot?
Because of the, one was because of the, where our property lines ended up. When we first bought the place, and like I said, I was trying to figure out where it was until we got the surveyor, I was told it was way, I have a picture on my phone. I have lots of pictures on my phone. I could demonstrate more, but I was told it was more towards the left of that turn, that 90-degree turn, probably almost where it's that 24 by 30 on that turnout point. I was told that's where my property line ends. So originally originally was to have it at that and have like almost like a circular driveway, but my property line's a lot closer to the point. And then Dave Reynolds came out, and he, I kind of told him about it. He said, keep it on this other side over there. You have a nice path and nice straight path that way, and that's a lot. He said that's what he would recommend. So between that and then also with the house as well, the house, if I was to move it on my property line, it'd be right next to the house, and over on the forward side, there was more side to that. But the main issue was the property line is too far close to my house on that left-hand side, on the west side of the house, if you're looking at it. And then also my septic tank's right there as well, so I can't on that left-hand side as well. So that's all the reasons why we decided to go over on that side.
I'm looking at the old septic system here. It shows 25 feet from property to drain field.
The septic system. Not on this.
Yeah, I have on the septics. I pump up to the
You're on this.
step.
Both of these properties were hooked up to the step at the same time.
And when this happened, and I first found out about the easement stuff, I called Richard Swanson, the person about the house, and he said, I completely forgot about that. That was gone. That was taken care of in the beginning of 1990s. I said, well, I was just told about this, and then he wrote me this letter. Him and Art Johnson. He moved up to Art Johnson, who lived in Tracy's old house, and then they wrote a letter together, and I have it here. That showed that they connected up to the city sewer back in 1990, filled up with sand, and they were told they could never use it again once they connected up.
The new step system tank, the same location as the old septic system.
Mine is hers. Tracy's is on her property. Mine is just about 10 feet off to the west hand side of my house. Yeah.
Any more questions for the original applicants from the commission? Okay, so thank you. So next we are going to go to public comment. We're going to start with those who are physically in the room, and then once those comments are exhausted, we will ask you folks in Zoom land for an opportunity to speak. And actually, let me take that back. We'll exhaust people based on the category, those in favor, those neutral, and those opposed. So we'll start with those in favor who are present here, and then go to those in favor on Zoom, so on and so forth. Yeah, that's a good question.
I want to make sure it's the right.
Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't think about that. I think it makes, well, in favor of the proposal going forth. We'll still catch everybody, so.
Okay, I just want to make sure people know which section they're in.
Yeah, no, that's a good catch. I just think it's more intuitive for support of the division. So for those in the room, does anybody here in favor want to speak? Okay. Come up, state your name and.
My name's Ron Schwampiker. I'm Andrew's dad. It's all right if I pass the letter out or statement out.
Make sure we get one for the record.
If you don't mind, let me read it.
Thanks. Thank you.
I was told there might only be 5 or 6 here. Well, I'll let you read the letter first, and then I'll kind of talk about this.
Greg, Planning Commissioner in Zoom land, we're gonna get that email to you.
I just want to hit on a couple of points. Is one, when my son asked me about this piece of property, I was, as the letter said, I was very excited to have, you know, my grandson growing up near me and them close enough that I could walk to their new house they wanted to build. We were told by the realtor, by the previous owner, and the city planner, I talked to Jacob, that they didn't see it, why it couldn't be partitioned. And so that's why we're going forward. And then we had all these other things start to come up, the sewer system, which we had to hire an engineer to make sure that the step system would allow another hookup. So we went through all these different steps that had to be taken, and each one was a process. And the easement was the biggest surprise, but we were told, you know, just like someone building a house or another system that was had trouble down the road, that they had to hook up to the city sewer system, even though they wanted to put in, fix their old drain field. I think it was an older house that was still on the drain field system. They had to hook up to the city sewer system because it's available. You know, those trees are very mature. I mean, to cut those down, they're so close to the house. I think there's about 12 of them there. They're huge. Their root system has destroyed any drain field. I think Mr. Sorensen had put in some irrigation system. So as far as any drain field being there, it's completely destroyed or gone or abandoned, whatever you want to call it. You know, Dan brought up a good point. This easement encompasses 3 times more than any one particular drain field would need, and repair system. So, you know, would we be willing to still provide an easement for a future drain field? Yeah, we would. I'm speaking for Andrew now, but the issue is using the easement to block this partition. And we were told by a neighbor, I think Andrew relayed to it, that Tracy's going to do whatever she can to hold this up because she doesn't want to see any development down there. And I'm willing to work with anyone. But our 2 first encounters, exactly what Andrew had said, were very lost, you know. She made her point very clear that she was not willing to work with us. So, and at that point, we didn't know anything about this easement when she first approached us about that we're on her property or we're doing something to that. And then one of the neighbors told me about some neighbors, I guess next to the Belchers, wanting to take a canoe down to Dalton Lake. And it was on the Elks property, and she raised some very big concerns about letting someone walk down to Dalton Lake and use the lake for a canoe. So just these different things that were brought up. She made it very clear that she was not willing to work with us. But to answer your question, yeah, we'll work with anyone to, as long as, you know, I think we've tried to work with the other neighbors, and they're all very somewhat, you know, positive. I mean, the Belchers, Mr. Hogue, they both are in favor of this partition. They don't have any problem with it. So think about the only thing else was all about the pesticides. I've watched Andrew and Lindsay work countless hours out there weeding that property. It's a very large piece of property, and you've got a 2-year-old son and a real small dog. I just told Andrew, I said, Andrew, I'll use some preen to control the weeds. And he said, no, we don't do any pesticides. We got a young child and a dog. And so they don't have any pesticides. They won't even use preen. They're out there with a hoe. So I can say that they never touched any pesticides. And the only thing they've cut down is the blackberries. And we've got some pictures that shows all the blackberries are grown back just like they were. But that whole area is that's a very invasive blackberry growth and stickers that you can't even walk your dogs down there anymore. Or even when I walk over their house, our dog comes back all the stickers and thistles and so that beach used to be very nice. It used to be one of the pristine fishing beaches. All St. Helens, I used to hear where people used to go down there, you know, swimming holes. And but since it hasn't been able, the Sorensens and you know, Brownlows have not allowed people to fish down there or use it like they used to. It is growing. The blackberries are taking over, and the thistles. So, I mean, yeah, it's very tough to be able to go down to the water now. As far as my character, pushing on or saying that I work with the public for 39 years in the insurance field. I see both sides. Hopefully you'll see that there's 2 sides and determine the right solution for this. And I thank you for your time.
Steve, I'm a little confused. Andrew and Lindsay own this whole property, right? And it has a house on it.
Right.
Why do they need to build another house? It seems like they have a house. Or are you planning to live in a house? I haven't. You
They're
said,
gonna sell the second parcel, and let someone else build it.
No, they want to build their dream house closer to the river. And,
Sell the first house.
right. This house is.
it sounded like you were gonna live in one of them.
No, it's got a circular stairway for one thing. It's not conducive for young children. And it needs a lot of work, and maintaining that whole property is way too much, especially if you're not going to use any pesticides. Anything else? Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, anybody else present in the room want to speak in favor? Okay, we do have one. All right.
I'm Lindsay Schumberger. I am the other co-owner of the land and the partition. And I just want to say something because I feel like our character has been attacked a little bit. And we are good people. We're not trying to like steamroll through this community and like, you know, make ruffles and do people wrong. We are out there all the time. We have made friends with many of the neighbors. We're out there playing with our kid, running, walking. We see a lot of other people out there walking their dogs. We're always friendly. We've made several conversations with the other neighbors who were a little bit upset after the initial application went out and notified everybody. And we've had multiple meetings with them in detail, trying to make everybody comfortable. So we're not trying to do people wrong. And I don't want that to like be misperceived in question. And we're just trying to, as in terms of like maintenance and stuff, yeah, we live on the water. Yes, there's tons of blackberries everywhere in this area. There's a lot of rock. There's a lot of stuff that just needs to be maintained. And we're just trying to do our due diligence and be productive homeowners, maintaining our yard, making sure that it's safe, cleaning out the brush where we can. We've been protective of the barriers that we need to be. We did our due diligence and we got the people out there to professionally survey it to make sure that we were being safe and protecting what needed to be protected. So we're just doing maintenance, and in hopes of, partitioning it. We don't need to partition it, but we also have that right as homeowners on a 2-acre lot in St. Helens that if we want to divide it, it says that we can. So we are just, wanting to build our dream home and have our family there. So I hope that it doesn't feel like, we're trying to be negative or we're trying to do people wrong, because that's not our intention. And we haven't done pesticides. We have a kid who's everywhere. He's 2 years old. He's a crazy toddler and he gets into everything. So by no means have we ever done any pesticides. We're out on the riding lawnmower once or twice a week and we're out with a hoe. He has his own hoe and we all pull weeds together. So there's no pesticides being sprayed. I have pictures of what it looked like before we did the tractor. Yes, that was our fault. We stopped work immediately when we were told. And this is what it looks like now as the blackberry bushes have grown back so fast. You can't see any of the survey markers on that side where they used to be because it's all so tall. That's all I have. Any questions?
Anybody else present in the room want to speak in favor of the proposal? Okay, Zoom land. Hopefully everybody understands how to raise your virtual Zoom hand. So if anybody out in Zoom would like to speak in favor of this, please let us know with that Zoom hand. And I don't see anybody. And if someone is having technical difficulties and you end up speaking later, it's okay if it's out of order as far as favor, neutral, or opposition. But since I don't see any, we're going to start with those who are neutral in this room. Okay, no neutrals physically present. So the same question for those of you in Zoom land. If you are neutral and would like to speak, this is your opportunity. Please raise your Zoom hand.
Jacob, you might tell them if they want to talk, they can press the space bar and it'll unmute them.
It's not set up like that.
Oh,
No, we have it, because you can control how, who gets to mute themselves or so on and so forth. Okay. So I don't think we have any neutrals. So the next category of those who want to speak are those in opposition. We'll start with anybody in opposition who was physically present. This is opposition of the land partition occurring. And then please speak your name for the record.
I'm Robin Nunn. I live at 100 Belton Road, and I don't enjoy being in this position because I'm not against the Schlumbergers. They're nice people. I like them. But I also have to choose between liking them or letting them, I think, kind of ravage the property that we've lived on for so many years. It's theirs through a loophole. It wasn't supposed to be built on ever. It was a piece of, well, they want to put their house on a piece of beach. It's going to be on sand. They've got a beautiful home, manicured lawns, sweeping 7-mile view of the river. And that should be enough. And I understand it's a lot, but to make this division, the house is going to go down on the sand where no house is gone, or should go as far as I'm concerned. But the property was sold to Sorensen's by my mom because she is older, she's 87 and a half, and they thought maybe she would pass away before they did, and that they wanted to make sure they had an unencumbered view of the river. So she sold them, we're all neighbors, we're all friends. She sold them a pretty good price for a chunk, just goes straight to the beach so they would have access. And then Jeannie had a stroke, and they do have a circular stairway, and they thought, well, we should either put in an elevator or cell. And they thought, you know, she loved to putz around in the yard. She can't really do that anymore. And so they decided to sell. So once again, nobody knew that you needed to put building restricted on this tag on this piece of property that my mom sold them for a view protector. And they didn't know that they needed to put building restricted when they sold it. And it was never intended to be a building site. And I'm not sure now that it's even a great idea. The sand, I mean, okay. But anyway, the point is that my grandma had this property since the 40s. A big old chunk of property. And every time taxes came up, we had to sell something. I've lived in my house. My grandma built it in '53. And I took my first steps there in front of the bird cage, big bird cage. And it's been my home away from home, even before it was my home. So I feel possessive of, I guess, development or progress that doesn't really fit in with the rest of the neighborhood. Everybody's house has got nice privacy. They've got nice views. Everybody is real supportive of each other. And I thought back, you know, we take care of each other's yards. Richard used to mow the property going up to the Elks Lodge, and I miss every time I come down the road. I think, Richard, where are you? Because it's, you know, we feed each other's dogs when they're gone on vacation. At one time, I think I've had everybody but one key in my possession because that's who we are. And it's a great neighborhood, and it's always been good. And all of a sudden, we find out that we're divided. I hate that. It hurts. It bothers me. It's stressful. I don't like being in this position, but I guess I have to stick up for the property because there's never been a problem. But for some reason, this is in our face, and so we have to do it. I think it's devastating. It's a devastating blow for us who've lived here all our lives because it should stay. I think it should stay as beach. But I want to get back to that. There was a few things that Ron said that I kind of had to take exception to. Like the fire marshal, he sat us all down. I don't remember what year, but everybody came up to the Elks, we all sat down, and the fire marshal told us that there was not adequate maneuvering room because we're not gonna, if you guys get a fire down there, we're not gonna risk life, limb, or vehicle. We're gonna stay up at the Elks, and when the fire burns out of the canyon, we'll deal with it then. And so they told us that we had to keep people, my mother owns the beach, except for that little strip that now Schlumberger owns, 100 feet, I think. Anyway, they told us you couldn't have anybody on the beach because of the liability. And if you wanna be liable for all of the neighbors' houses, go ahead and let trespassers on there. So we've always had to be, you know, trespasser cops. I don't know of anybody growing up in my era that hadn't had a party on Brownlow Beach, but someone has to call the police and say, there's people down there because one person flicks a cigarette, you know, and we're liable. So it's always been kind of a burden to, to be responsible. She pays the taxes on it, but yet everyone claims it as their own beach. Like even Ron was saying, when I walk home, you're trespassing. I mean, I'm not gonna call you on it, but by walking home through, you're trespassing. People who come around Dalton Lake, they come to the beach, that's trespassing. Everything by that little strip at Schlumberger's is mom's property. And it just gets really old to try to be the cop, you know, but since you're saying that when someone calls that out as a reason why that we should have this partition, I have to say it's trespassing. Okay, so anyway, the fire marshal was not okay with it back whenever we had this meeting, and it all kind of struck the fear of God in us. Belcher started clearing his property out, and I think so did Mr. Sorensen, but all of a sudden it's an okay thing now. And the safety of the road, my mother lost the kneecap on that road when somebody who was coming the other direction, didn't know the road, was driving like too fast, head-on collision, broke her kneecap right out of her leg. It was pretty ugly. It's been a problem ever since. So really things have happened that not everybody knows about. Anyway, the biggest problem I have is, and it hasn't been mentioned yet, is the pictures all of Schlumberger's property. And where, like you were saying, why does the road have to go here? Well, when that road goes in, it's going to obliterate mom's privacy. She's lived in that house. She's 87 now. She's lived in that house since 2005, right, Mom? And that's her driveway. And there's a bunch of trees. There's a culvert where a natural spring that empties down from our house. Anyway, those trees are slated to come out. That's all the shade she gets from about 1:30 on. That's coming out because they're full big maple trees, and her house is lower, and that driveway is going to be, all of a sudden, all these cars are going to come down, the trucks, the construction cars, they're in traffic. It's going to be noise, pollution, dust, dirt, and looking into her house with no curtains on it. It's just, it feels violating. If the road could go the other direction you guys were talking about, if they wanted to take down the house and build a different house where that other house was, so that the house that they're going to build isn't in everyone's view, it's going to in Tracy's view, it's going to take her entire river view. My mom, every time she looks out of her bedroom or her office or her living room, there's a house. And it just shouldn't be, especially since it was a loophole that took it in the first place. I don't know, it's really hard for me to deal with. I know progress is progress, but anyway, there's also the house that close to the lake really is going to make a problem with the ecosystem. I mean, if you're out there washing your car, whatever, that's all going into the lake because it's closer to the river. And Patrick's here with Friends of Dalton Lake, and I don't know if he's going to speak or not, but they've worked long and hard hours to try to get that area so the city can enjoy the lake. Matter of fact, in January, I went on the tour, and after living there all my life, I was on parts of the lake I've never even been on before, which is weird. I'm 62, and I've never been here. It's beautiful. But they're doing that for the city. And this house is going to be right there, right next to the lake. So it'd be wildlife, house. And it doesn't have to be, the house can be up. It could be up on the lawn. It doesn't have to be on the sand. They want it on the sand. I don't know. I don't even think that's safe. It's flooded. That area has been under feet of water. The main tree, if you look on your I didn't bring it with me, but your tree plat, there's a 54-inch fir. It's beautiful fir. That's the fir tree that is slated to come out because it's in the way. It's sort of It's just tall and proud all by itself. It's the place where eagles like to perch and crows like to dive bomb them. And just today, my daughter sent me a phone, text phone of 2 eagles sitting up there deciding where they're going to put their nest, this branch or that branch. That tree's coming out, and it's not going to be, I mean, I think Lewis and Clark saw that tree at one time. That tree is not going to come back in our lifetime. They're going to plant a sapling over on the western side, over by the lake. It's going to be a long time since the eagle is able to land on a tree like that. It hurts because it shouldn't be. I mean, we should be trying to hang on to stuff that's older than we are. But, so the tree replacements, you can replace them, but they aren't going to be. It's always going to be something that you're giving up. And in this particular case, I think my mom stands the most to lose. Tracy does too, because it's view, it's privacy, it's what they're there for. It's what they love about it. Let's see. So it's pristine down there. Matter of fact, our city is really lucky to have, and it's unusual, I think, especially for a town this size, to have a lake and a beach and a river all right there. I don't know any place else like that. And it's in the city limits. And a lot of people don't know it's there, but I think as time goes on and the ecology thing starts and the environment starts becoming more and more important, I think we're going to be glad if we keep it that way. I mean, maybe eventually they acquire more property, but it's really special. If you haven't gone down there, take the Dalton Lake tour. It's really incredible. There are Native American artifacts down there. I've got Kim Rogers, who's with the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, doing research on that particular site, what is and what isn't doable. I understand that you can cover up artifacts, but you can't dig them up. If you're going to be digging pylons into the sand to put a house up, you're going to be digging up artifacts. I mean, we found those things, the Myrtle and Pestilence guys, you know, they're there when it gets dug. There's arrowheads and such. And as you get closer to the lake, I'm guessing there's more, but we've never dug around there. We just like to enjoy it. The place where the house is going is where the herons like to nest. And the heron, we have a heron that goes out for coffee downtown at 7:30 every morning, and then he comes back. I mean, he comes back, he comes right through that place where the house is going to be, and they park it right where that lake starts, which is within the 75 foot, but that's where they are. They don't go around here, they come right into that little hole, and that's where that picture that Tracy took was there. So it's going to have an impact. I mean, will the herons come back? I mean, with all the piling driving and stuff, they will probably go somewhere else, but that's where they live. So I don't know if they'll come back there or not. These are all things that bother me. Okay, the flood zone. When the flood zone, it came up to that tree. I was going to tell you that. It came up to the tree in 96, and the water was around that tree, which means that the place where the house would be probably under 5 feet of water maybe, but the step system is going to be down there, right? Is it? No? Where's it going to be?
It's gonna be up higher.
Okay. Because if it floods, all the sewage comes out and it's going to go into the lake. Let's see. Having a house where there was never intended to be one, it's going to take my mom's resale value of her property down. And that's the inheritance she's got for us 4 kids, is the resale of that house. And she's got a beautiful house, but she had the original piece of property. So, I mean, it's not like we're rich. My grandma just happened to buy that property and we loved it. And I mean, anybody who's lived on a place for a long time or lives in a historical home or enjoys their view knows how upset they would be if somebody put a house right there. Matter of fact, these guys had a house, right, in Columbia City, right? And then somebody built a house really close. They moved. We can't move. That's our home. Our roots go pretty deep, and we're not able to move. I don't want to move, but I also don't think if it happened to them, why are we doing it to us? Why can't they move that house up and make everybody happy? Because we like them. We don't want them to be. We don't want to be like this. We don't like that. And it really hurts my heart. And I've had so much stress over this. It's not even funny. And also, I guess I'm rambling, but the thing is too that it seems like to allow this partition is kind of an innocuous decision, but really, it shouldn't be a housing development down there. Sure, one more house, one more this, one more that. But I ran across this little tidbit in an article called Scenario Analysis of Economy Ecology Interaction. It was written by Erickson on page 105, and it described the loss of ecosystem function in watersheds, et cetera. And I just, out of the page to me, it says the conversion of land into urban use is the result of human decisions, often made one property, one home, or one business at a time. And I mean, I think we're going to wake up one day and find out the damage has happened. We don't have that property. We don't have that ecosystem. We don't have that gem that really could be a really valuable place for people to bring, schools to bring kids to come in. I mean, like in Forest Grove, they've got a really nice water area. They got places where you can walk out and there's people can sit there and observe. And I think that Friends of Dalton Lake are going to go there. But once it turns into a housing development, there won't be anything to look at. I really feel like, I really feel strongly that as a city and as a planning commission, that we kind of have almost a responsibility to really think, now, is that the plan we want? Do we want that area to be gone, or do we want to put a house on it? For us, a house would be a devastating blow. And the development would further mar the views of those that have cherished and preserved this neighborhood for their entire lives. But emotion aside, it would really be nice if we could take a look at this situation. It's bigger than just checking and verifying whether the permits and the inventory of surveys and permits are okay, whether or not you can squeeze a house around easement, because even if the easement is lifted, still the house, I don't feel it should be there. I'm not saying they shouldn't have a house, it's not there. But anyway, I think if the partition's allowed, it'll open the door to future structures and builds and other effects of human interference in an area that up to this point has purposely been kept untouched. It's just the way it was when the Native Americans were there, when Lewis and Clark walked by. It's the same, nothing's changed. The river's changed. Hopefully it'll be allowed to continue as such. If we aspire to be devout citizens of this town we have loved all our lives, we should strive as well to be fierce protectors of the unique history we claim. We must each give serious and thoughtful foresight to our civic obligations as responsible stewards of these irreplaceable gifts entrusted to our care. And I think it is irreplaceable, and I would like us to be have good stewardship and take care of it now so that later on we don't have to say, wish I woulda, because we're not going to get it back. We need to consider any progress carefully that may even remotely impact the future of our heritage. I mean, we want it there for our children, our grandchildren. And because once it's gone forever. And if we allow that to happen, it's a tragedy. And if so, shame on us. And that's what I think. Questions? I talk fast, I know, I'm sorry.
So you've all had a meeting for 3 hours now. You need to take a 5. You want to keep plowing on?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to go home, that means we continue the marathon.
Anybody want to take a break?
I just didn't know bathroom or drinks or anything. People want bathrooms or drinks, even if it's just a couple minutes.
Okay, so everybody in the Zoom world, we're going to take a couple minutes for people to take care of nature. And so it's 10:05. Let's reconvene at 10:10.
Am I to assume there is no questions? Thanks for listening.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you hear that? Okay, the main mic's on?
Yes.
All right, good. Okay, so we're reconvening. Don't worry if you're in Zoom land, you just missed me saying, let's get restarted. There was nobody else physically in the room that wanted to speak in opposition. And so now it's time for the people in Zoom. And it sounds like we have at least 2 folks out there. I think the first person to comment was Kathleen Ward. So we are going to
A few more hands raised.
start. So, okay, we got a couple hands. Good. We're going to start with Kathleen Ward. Kathleen, we just unmuted you. So this is your opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'm the property owner to the Slumbergers on the St. Helens side of their land. I am also part owner of the wooded waterfront property near Dalton Lake and the rest of the beach area adjacent to Schlumberger. So I'd like to give you a little background. Originally, my family owned all of the beach, Dalton Lake, and the woods between the lake and Columbia River, all the way to Columbia City. Some years ago, the state of Oregon decided to replace land from Chimes Crest because of the 4-lane highway they were putting in. And so we were required to either sell land from the Dalton Lake area as wetland replacement or have it condemned and receive no remuneration. So what choice did we have, really? The city also acquired part of that land later, but as it is now, we own some of the rest of the beach and a strip of wooded riverside area between Schlumbergers and Columbia City. After my brother Chuck Brownlow died, his undivided half of that parcel passed on to his children, excuse me, Ron Brownlow, Darla Morley, and C.T. Brownlow. So 4 generations of our family have lived here. And I trust that soon 2 little ones of our 5th generation will be able to come and visit too. I feel very strongly about protecting the beach property from having a house built upon it. To me, it's almost as a sacred trust, a duty perhaps, to keep this pristine land from becoming developed. So please listen for a few moments, not just with your ears, but with your hearts. I want you to understand why preserving the beach and woodlands next to it, which will be affected by building, is such a vital heritage to secure, not only for today, but for the generations to come. There is so little untouched, pristine land left remaining along the Columbia River, at least near our communities of St. Helens and Columbia City. And I feel we have a responsibility to guard it. I don't mind admitting that I'm 87 and a half, as she told you, born and raised in St. Helens, and I've always had a home here. When I was young, my family purchased riverfront down near Trestle Beach on the other side of Columbia City. But during the 1940s, a large aluminum company came in and insisted on buying our land. Because my family owned and operated the St. Helens Sentinel Mist, we were told we had to sell or there would be repercussions for the paper, and we would be told, we would be named as being against the progress for the community. So actually we were bullied into selling, and we didn't want to sell. But recovering from that, because they had more power and money than we did, we were blessed later to find some land that we could buy from Lena Dalton and also from Howard and Nellie Mansfield. And that's the land that became part of my heritage. and it's been handed down since the 1950s. My mother, Berenice Brownlow, built her house in 1953, and the beach area, as you've heard, came to be called Brownlow Beach. Over the years, Mother and my brother sold land, mostly to pay taxes, I think, and there were friendly transactions also. Mother gave the botanical garden area to the city, and my brother Chuck was planning to build his house on the site where the Elks Lodge now is. Instead, he let them have it, or they bought it. Then when, because of his job, he had to move to Alaska, he sold the house that he had built. And that's the house that Richard and Jeannie Sorensen bought. A few years after that, they did buy a strip of beach property from me because they loved their 7-mile view down the river and they wanted to be sure it was preserved. We were friends and the price was user-friendly, so to speak. And we were in accord that the beach should always be left untouched. Our original property, nearly 70 years ago, had extended from the start of Belton Road clear across over to Gray Cliffs Drive. Now, some of you listening tonight have beautiful homes with property carved out of this area that was owned by my mother. But always, houses were secluded, the neighbors were friendly, and no one wanted to build in such a way as to offend another neighbor's view of the Columbia River. Years later, although they'd always wanted to stay here, because of health issues, the Sorensens put their house up for sale. And when Schlumbergers were interested in buying their house, Sorensens lowered the price considerably, wanting to be kind and helpful to the young family. So they sold their home to Andrew and Lindsay in all good faith, believing the couple loved the house as they did. And we neighbors were pleased because someone had moved in wanting to fit into the neighborhood and enjoy that beautiful home. But Schlumbergers did not intend to keep the Sorensen house as their home. What they wanted was the beach for a house site. This brief history is the backdrop from my present concern at allowing this property to be divided into 2 parcels. This area is so special in its secluded beauty. Everyone is careful to protect the environment and every house is built so as to have view of the river. I have nothing against Andrew and Lindsay personally. I like them. They've been friendly to me. But I do want them to be aware of how much their wishes impact the quality of life and the concern among the neighbors, at least some of us. When Lindsay first told me they wanted to build on the beach and might want to buy some of my land, I was stunned. In the first place, whoever heard of building on sand? And if memory didn't fail me, I thought, I could remember at least twice in years past when the very beach flooded. The river overran its banks and merged with Dalton Lake as well. Not good. Secondly, the beach is the perimeter of the wetlands wooded area full of natural wildlife of animals and birds. The Friends of Dalton Lake have been compiling numbers of bird species around the lake area. I don't know how many there are, but there seem to be plenty. And at certain times of the year, Canada geese visit the beach. I've watched them teaching their little ones to swim. One parent is in front of the line, another at the rear, and there's a bobbing row of 6 or 8 little ones navigating waves that are higher than they are. It's fun to watch. And eagles and ospreys and herons are frequently seen fishing along the beach. As Robin told you, we used to joke about that very large heron who made his home in the trees at Dalton Lake. He did fly past at 7:30 in the mornings. We clocked him. And as he glumped along, because that's the way the herons fly, we would say, "There goes Mr. Heron on his way for his morning coffee." Well, we can't guarantee that Lewis and Clark camped here, but we do know the Native Americans were here because of the arrowheads we've found. And as was mentioned, a stone a piece of stone that was probably used to grind corn because it has a hollow space in it. I am no longer able to get down to the beach because the access from my property to the beach is very stiff and I fall easily. So it's not smart for me to go down there. But I visit it every day with my eyes, many times a day, and it's such a blessing. The land that we have next to Schlumberger's is not registered as a nature conservancy, but we're treating it as such, and we may do that someday. We'd like the abundance of wildlife, deer, smaller animals, birds, and the indigenous plant life to remain undisturbed. Our quality of life will be diminished greatly by the sounds of pile drivers necessary for securing footings and sand. And I can't imagine the effect of construction sounds so close to this sensitive area. Some species will no doubt find other places to live, although where would they go? The 3 maple trees that have been taken down and more that will have to be cut are my afternoon shade. But I have made it plain that I really do not want access road on my property. So if their road has to go in alongside my property line, that's fine. I teach piano lessons in my home during ordinary times, and I do not want traffic problems for my students as well as my guests. And speaking of trees, there are other trees very important. 2 mature fir trees in part of the area where Andrew and Lindsay want to build. One, the healthier and taller one, Andrew said would have to come down. It's probably at least 150 years old. The other fir tree is not quite as tall and healthy. It's mine, on my property. But for the safety of their family, if they are permitted to build on the beach, that tree also should have to be cut down. And that's sad. For years, we've watched ospreys and bald eagles land in these trees. And when that happens, I run for the binoculars. And as Robin mentioned, yes, one time I did watch an eagle perched right up on the top of the tree, and the whole community of crows came and dive bombed him. And they'd keep flying at him and he'd duck every time they came, but he wouldn't leave. And today, and this is true, just as I was writing about this situation, my granddaughter Holly, who was at my house, came running upstairs saying, "Grandma, 2 adult eagles have landed in Andrew's tree and they are necking." Perhaps they have nesting plans. Several weeks back, after Lindsay and Andrew and I had walked over their proposed building site, they asked me to sell them a small piece of land along the edge of the property. I wanted very much to be friendly with them, and even though I'm sure that they knew I wasn't pleased about a house being built that would be framed in every window on the Columbia City side of my house. But I listened and I considered agreeing with the sale. And they explained how they could reposition their house closer to the main house if I would sell them more property. And they drew up 3 options. Although I had seriously considered the first request, when I saw that one of the options would increase 2 more acres to their property, I became concerned as to where this was going, where it might be headed. I didn't want to accuse them of deception, but I knew they had not been forthright with Sorensen's, and I feared what other develops might be planned if they had more land. That is, if you, the Planning Commission, approve the division of their property into 2 parcels. This area is not suitable for a housing development. And obviously money is an issue here too, since they really could tear down Sorensen's house and rebuild their own if they don't like the house that's already there. And they would have the blessing and goodwill of all the neighbors were they to do that, because no one would be affected. But they probably need to sell the house for the money. Please consider carefully, Planning Commission. Consider the responsibility you have to help us preserve this area, which is so close to one of the last remaining sanctuaries of wildlife and part of the daily thoroughfare of herons. Thank you for listening.
Any questions for Kathleen?
Just for clarification, is she at 140 Belton or where? I didn't hear her address.
I'm at 140.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kathleen. Let's see, so we had there's a Hunter Blashill.
I've unmuted Hunter.
Okay.
Hunter, you should chat.
Okay. Excellent. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. First off, I'll just introduce myself. I am Tracy Hill's son. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm actually down in Corvallis. You know, we're finishing up finals here at the Oregon State University. But I did take this time out of my evening studies to, you know, be here for this meeting in support of my mother. Okay, so there were a few things mentioned I just wanted to clarify on. The initial interaction between the Schlumpbergers and my mother, as a primary witness to that, I can attest that it was not quite as they describe. Initially, Andrew Schlumpberger had approached me as I was out in the backyard, asking about the property boundaries. I believe my mother had just woken up from a nap and she heard us conversing. She's very defensive about her property and she yelled at me and me alone to not be discussing her property boundaries with a stranger, which makes sense. It's not my house. I don't live there. It's not my job to tell anybody where property boundaries are. They also mentioned an incident with a canoe and our across the street neighbors in which they claimed that there was some claims my mother made about the property boundaries. Again, I was the only person there at that incident. My mother was not even at the house when that interaction occurred. I believe she was at work in Portland City Center. And so there was no way possible for the neighbors to have the interaction, which they told the Schlumpbergers about, which the Schlumpbergers are using to claim that my mother is unapproachable. As a lot of the people living in the neighborhood on Belton Road can attest, my mother is infinitely approachable. She's brought cookies to many of the neighbors. She's out and about in the yard constantly with the dog, and is probably one of the friendliest people you can meet when she's not scared to death to speak in front of a commission. We also had some mention of the clearing that happened and a possible use of pesticide. As a primary witness living at the home at that time, I can attest that, you know, we're far away. It's across the lake. It's hard to see exactly what's going on, but the extremely fast leaf death that occurred happening within maybe 24 hours of them out with what appeared to be spraying equipment strongly suggests that there was indeed some kind of defoliation having occurred that was not just mechanical, although it was immediately preceded within a day or two by mechanical removal, which we feel might have been done to cover it up. They have stated their intention to file a lawsuit instead of communicating with my mother. They have a bit of a habit of asking for forgiveness instead of permission. And I think that shows that they have a very low likelihood of respecting the sensitive lands partition, be that through their lawn care or for further development that they may hope, you know, us neighbors are just not well-versed enough in the land use law to call them on. And so with them having this petition being out of sight, out of mind, I fear that the sensitive lands are at a further risk as well. There was, the roadway was brought up in that there hasn't been any wrecks on it in a few decades, and I'm sure that's accurate. I cannot attest to the accuracy, but I'm sure it is. However, the roadway still poses a risk for the foot traffic that frequents the area. A lot of people walk their dogs, a lot of people jog up and down the road. So the increased construction traffic seems like it may be an issue. But more than rec, more than fire, we have a pretty large elderly population in the Bilton area. And I think that they pose a greater risk than car accidents or fire when it comes to needing emergency response services. And so having an only 11-foot road really limits the ability of emergency response to get to our elderly population in a timely manner. Andrew Schlumberger's father mentioned possibly allowing fishing off of their portion of the beach, or at least he implied it by stating that right now it's not allowed because of the lack of development and the bramble. However, if fishing was allowed in that area, the increased foot traffic and the increased vehicle traffic would pose a further danger if the road was unwidened, making their 25 by 30 length in front of their driveway completely insufficient for the amount of increased traffic that allowing people to access that land would propose. And finally, just coming to the personal nature of this issue. If the view is destroyed by them adding a house on that spit, it really reduces the value of our home as well. That view is a huge selling point. It's one of the best things about the house. When we wake up in the morning and you look out at the river and you look out at all the wildlife, it really makes everything feel peaceful. It really just drives home the natural beauty of the area. It's an amazing place for bird watching. Before the development began and the unfortunate mechanical removal of bramble, there used to be deer that were out on that spit. You could see them frolicking with their fawns. The dog would love to bark at them. There's nutria in the lakes. You see all kinds of waterfowl. And, you know, kind of going back, I fear that might be disturbed if the house is allowed to continue. And so with all those things in mind, I encourage everyone just to kind of consider these concerns as we go forward. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Hunter. I believe we had C.T. Brownlow wanted to speak. No? Does anybody else out there in Zoom land want to speak against the proposal?
Wasn't Richard going to say something?
I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. If you've communicated to any staff member, hopefully that staff member would speak up. It's either got to be Christina, City Planning Department, or me. I'm not seeing anybody.
Seen something that says you're muted.
Hmm?
A little message on the screen that says you're muted.
There's a letter in the packet. So.
Okay, well, it doesn't sound like there's any more. So it is the opportunity for the appellant's response or rebuttal. So that would be Tracy and or Dan. If you wish to respond or rebut, of course, you're not obligated to.
With all due respect, my character was impugned. That makes me very defensive because I've always been a person of tremendous integrity in the communities that I've lived. But I'm not going to defend that. I don't feel like I have to, and I feel like maybe I was defended enough. And get to know me, and you'll find out that that's not me. And I don't sit around yelling at people. I do want to make one singular point. I am mystified, and I feel vaguely sick that the family here that I haven't even gotten to know apparently hates me so much that and I do have no idea why, but to say that I actually said to someone, and I can't even imagine who that would have been, that I would purposely, I don't even remember what it was, purposely hold up, cost them money or something. That has never even crossed my mind. That is most assuredly something I would never say, and it didn't even dawn on me. So that's all I have to say about that in defense of my character. I've lived here an awful long time. I'm not going to defend that anymore. I really appreciate everyone that spoke, both for and against. This is late, and I really appreciate the council staying as long as you have, or commission. Sorry about that. And I will let Dan take it up if you want.
Yes, thank you. I have just a few comments I would like to make. Can everyone hear me? Okay. For the record, my name is Daniel Cairns. I'm the attorney representing Tracy Hill, and I'd like to respond briefly to a couple of points that were raised just to kind of set the record straight before we adjourn this evening. I'm aware of Mr. Sorensen's letter, and I think his testimony, what's in it is accurate to the extent that in 1990 they unhooked the septic system, and everyone, well, several of them, not all of them, connected to the step system. And I think that's true. And at that point, the drain system, the drain field wasn't used. But a couple of the statements in the hearing memo aren't true. That I think it says the applicant's property, the drain field on the applicant's property was destroyed by filling it in with sand and gravel and disconnecting a pipe system. But it was disconnected because that's what the city required. But it wasn't destroyed. It wasn't filled with sand. It wasn't filled with gravel at all. I mean, the pipe system is there. I think you heard testimony tonight about large trees. They're 30 years old, so they're really not that large. The easement still exists. The pipes have not been used, but that doesn't mean the easement's been abandoned. The argument about legal impossibility, the focus there is that there's a requirement in your code that if sewer is within 160 feet of a property, you have to connect to it. The issue here with this, basically an insurance policy that my client has, is if the system fails, the nearest city sewer is on the other side of the Elks Lodge. It's more than 300 feet away. So that code provision wouldn't apply. It wouldn't preclude on-site septic. And in fact, the next code section in 13.14.060, the next subsection 5 is your code that deals exhaustively with step systems and all the various problems associated with it, basically imposing all the obligations for dealing with the ongoing maintenance and repair and replacement on the property owner, which in this case would be my client, who is well aware of the problems with the step system. So I guess the other issue that came up about the easement, it was a big surprise. It shouldn't have been a surprise. It's recorded with titled property. It showed up in my client's title report. It showed up in the Schlumberger's title report, I'm sure. So I don't understand the surprise there. You have a copy of it. It's clearly recorded. It's binding. It's there. So I think they did, in fact, know about it. The 11-foot wide roadway, you heard testimony that it meets the code requirements with the turnouts. As I recall, the turnouts don't meet the code requirement for a road of this sort. It's been suggested by staff that turnouts would be appropriate or okay because that's how private driveways are dealt with. Serving 10, now 11 lots is not something that can be served by a private driveway. So I'd suggest to you that the private driveway standards don't apply. The street standards apply. Those standards in 17.84.070 require 20-foot pavement width. I don't think there's any way to get around that. The testimony you heard tonight was that no one has died yet on this roadway. I'm not aware of anyone who has, but this will now be 11 homes, and I think at most at risk will be the pedestrians on an 11-foot roadway. So that I don't see as a valid reason for basically waiving the code requirements for roadway width. The fire and rescue said sprinklers are fine, but approximately 85% of the calls are medical, and sprinklers don't really help someone who's made a medical call. So that's not the issue. That's not the issue when it comes to substandard narrow roadways. It doesn't meet the code. Whether you can make the Schlumbergers upgrade it to 11 to 12, 20 feet rather pavement width or not, you should consult with the city attorney. I think the way to go, the only thing the code, the only path forward under your code is denial. I just don't see how this can be approved based on the roadway width alone. So one more lot, one more house. That's not your job. Your job as a planning commission is not to provide a social welfare program to help property owners split their property and get developable lots. Your job is to administer the code. In this case, this property doesn't have adequate access to serve it, so you can't approve it based on a roadway alone. But also the partition that they proposed doesn't have legal access to parcel number 2. So you can't approve it for that reason. And I think it's a little unfair to say that my client has sworn to do what she can to obstruct this partition. This partition can't be approved. I mean, this wasn't our idea. And I don't think it's your job to provide permit approvals just because the applicants are nice people. So I don't see any way around it. And you heard a lot of testimony tonight, some of it focused on the approval criteria, some of it not so much. But I think the overwhelming impression is that the site is very tight. It's a very odd shaped site. It's a very difficult site for anyone to develop, even if they have the complete blessing of all of the neighbors. And you heard Mr. Schlump Sr. say that, the Schlumberger Sr. say that, you know, no one else objects to this partition except my client. Well, no one else has any impacts except my client. And for some reason, my client is the only one who's pointing out how there are these legal obstacles under your code. So with all due respect, I don't believe that they provided an accurate representation of this partition, its ability to meet the approval criteria, and kind of the economics of this, which really aren't a factor here. It simply doesn't meet the code requirements. And I would ask you to deny it. And you know, if the applicants can deal with these issues, God bless them, and do that, and then come back with a new application, an application that makes a little more sense, that maybe meets the approval criteria. Thank you.
Have someone else in Zoom land who wants to talk. So this is Mr. Sorensen, Mr. or Miss doesn't say. So we're gonna ask you to, all right, you are unmuted.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. This is Mrs. Sorensen. We lived in that house for over 30 years and just absolutely loved it. And I just want, one thing I want to comment that to Andrew, you do have a copy of that easement because it was in the title report. So maybe you didn't really look at it too well, but it is there, and it is number 12 in the sales agreement. And as far as building on the beach, you know, I don't know, in 1996 when we had that terrible flood, the Dalton Lake ran into the Columbia River right there by that big fir tree. That is definitely floodplain area. You can't build there. We lived there for 30 years. I mean, we know you can't build there. You wouldn't want to put a big development there or build a house with, that's worth a lot of money, flood or earthquake or something like that. My gosh, you'd lose everything. So just I think you all need to reconsider. You need to think this out. I'm sure that you just need to take more time to consider it. And just my husband wants to say something.
No, I'm not saying that. We had a meeting at the Elks Club with all the neighbors some time ago. middle 2000s, probably 10 years ago. The fire department called a meeting, wanted all of us neighbors up there at that time to discuss the fire hazards in that area. And of course, they just went through the routine of asking us to clear any debris 10 feet from the house that was flammable. And they made the statement that if a home caught on fire down there, they would not respond, period, because only one way in and only one way out, and it would put their personnel in danger, and the fire truck may get stuck. It is a very narrow road, as we all know from previous discussions. Anyway, that's all we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Provide your first and both your first names for the record, Sorensen?
Richard Sorensen and Jeannie Sorensen.
Thank you.
You bet.
And if you have any questions for us, please, we'd be happy to answer.
Yes, I've got a question. When you built there, how many homes were down there?
Let's see.
I believe 7.
Yeah, I think there were 7. The Belchers were not there, and Kathleen Ward was not there. And
6. I'm sorry, 6. Now there's 8.
I think there's 6 of us, yeah.
In other words, go ahead. When we bought the home.
We bought the home in 1988. And we planned to live there for our entire lives, but I had a stroke and I couldn't take care of that big 4,000 square foot house or the yards, and my husband does not like doing gardening. So he'd rather ride just a little tractor around. So we had to downsize.
Okay, I'm gonna see if there's any more questions.
More questions.
No more planning questions from the planning commission.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, so finally, the applicant's rebuttal.
I'm just going to be real short. This has been a long hearing. Well, thank you for listening. There's 3 real issues that we're dealing with here on this appeal. The tree plan, the vegetation issue, that is solved by the tree plan that we've submitted. It complies with code. My clients will comply with all the laws regarding sensitive lands, whatever it takes. So your approval with that condition should be fine. We're fine with that. The second issue with the road, again, we understand it's a narrow road. We've got letters from the fire chief, fire marshal that both say we're fine with this road just like it is. We haven't had any problems with it, and we're fine with it. Again, the cost to bring this road up, this old road has been like this for years. It's really unfair to my clients to make them pick up what we're estimating could be $250,000 to $300,000 cost to bring it up to code just for one more house. There's going to be a total of 11 houses now, and that's really disproportionate to adding roughly a 9% addition or whatever to the total 11 houses. So we're asking you to approve this with the condition that the city has put on it, that the 24 by 30 foot turnout will be sufficient at the 90-degree curve. In terms of the easement, we're willing to work with her, but again, it's our position that as Mr. Sorensen put in his letter, that system was basically decommissioned back in the 90s. There are, I think council commented that these trees are 30 or 40 years old. They're 70 or 80 foot tall fir trees, right exactly where the drain field was. The easement is probably 3 times bigger than it needs to be for the drain field, and where the drain field is, it's covered with big fir trees. And if we can't work something out, we think she's abandoned it, we've destroyed it, and the code prohibits her from hooking up to the sewer. I mean, the code, requires her to hook up to the sewer. The public system, the step system is a public system. It's public sewer. They get a sewer bill. So it's not correct to say that the public sewer is 300 feet away. It's right there. So we would ask that you grant this. with the conditions that are already in place, we have a year and another 16 months to solve it, and we would ask that we be given that opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Do you want to extinguish that whole easement, or would you modify it?
Whatever we can do, we need access to that second strip. And if they're willing to modify it, I don't think a drain field is ever going to be allowed to be back in that area. So it really shouldn't be an issue. So we will work with them if they'll work with us. Thank you.
I had one more question too with the, as far as the floodplain stuff, we're not going to build right in the floodplain. You have to raise up your house to build it above the 100-year flood and all that. And, so that, I mean, I don't see why that would be an issue. As far as I know, they talked about, I mean, back in the 90s, 2000s, a lot different than 2020 with the fire service. I mean, we go on beaches, we go on forests, I mean, we go through all types of different areas. Medics, when we're on calls out in the area, I drive the engine or the medic down so my kid come out and hop in the engine, and he likes to drive and stuff. So, I mean, the engine, the medics, any rigs we have can go through there easily. There's a lot more narrow streets. I do agree and talked about putting that turnout, and that would help significantly. I mean, but there's lots of ways throughout Belton Road and Great Cliffs Drive to turn around, especially if we're narrowing that wide out there. And as far as you guys are more than welcome to come and check out. I have pictures before and after. I've never sprayed anything. I don't have anything. I swear on my life. I mean, I'll do. I have pictures, like I said, took before and right afterwards. I could submit to you guys as well to prove that.
Do you have any plans of where the house would actually be on the lot? I never saw one.
Well, we've kind of deciding that because it's kind of, we could go, how far we could go up higher. We haven't decided yet. It's kind of, we got to pick our house plan and design, but we haven't got that far because we're in that process. So, I mean, there's a lot of different house plans we choose from.
I think if there's above the full line, there is an area on that. Parcel 2.
Yeah, let me,
and also, do they have view restrictions like River Street, Zoo Streets?
No, there's no view regulations in the area.
And that's our plan too. Like we said, we talked with Kathleen, Robin, and all the other neighbors. I mean, we're willing to work and do whatever to keep the house. I mean, we want to keep the house down because we want to be able to sell the house. I mean, before we got this, and when we sold our house, and the different realtors, when they knew that we purchased it, they're like, "You're going to divide that up and sell that house and build down below, aren't you?" I mean, this was told, brought up to me by several different people. I mean, so I guess I'm not trying to do anything to hurt. I mean, I'm very protective of this lake and the water and stuff. Like I said, the only reason why I cut the path is because I had to cut the path to find my property lines for Dave Reynolds to survey. And then when he was out there, he told me to cut a little bit more in there because my pin went farther into the 75. So that's how I cut, and said the wetland specialist was out there and said everything I did was fine. I didn't do anything. And like I said, I apologize for using the tractor and stuff down there. And
Can I chime in as owner to be able to say something about that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes, we did cut back some of that. It has since grown back. We're not like, we don't have intentions to keep trimming that area as that is close to the sensitive border. That was just, a one-time thing. We thought we were okay to do it in order to get the proper lines mapped out. And it is not something that is still maintained. It is overgrown and it is back to all the blackberry bushes.
my chin.
And on the location of the house, I mean, there is a couple places it could be built because each parcel is still going to be an acre size. We don't have the exact location narrowed. I mean, when we were talking with Kathleen Ward, when she mentioned that we offered to buy a parcel, she asked us to sit the house back further so that it was out of her view. And we said the only way to do that would to be buy some of their land. We can still do it if approved, you know, in the amount we have at that point, but you know, it just, we haven't gone that far because we don't want to jump the gun without approval. And with the floodplain, we know there are houses in other area, you know, a lot of Columbia City is built in a floodplain too, and a lot of that was built on sand. That used to be like an old shipyard that is now like a lot of the, the Columbia City Estates, the HOA over there. And we would not sit our house directly on the floodplain. We would build above it appropriately, so where that your living quarters is out of the floodplain for it to be, you know, pass and be appropriate.
Yeah, when you get to that point.
Yeah, you know, when we get to that point. But since it's been brought up, I just wanted to clarify it.
Yeah, I know.
This isn't even the issue at this point.
Yeah, but that was just brought up.
So so, you know, according to the flood maps that we have, the approximate flood boundary is the 100-year flood per the FEMA maps, the 2010 FEMA maps is roughly here. That's the approximate boundary. The fir tree that they're talking about was here. And I kind of looked to see if 96 was considered more than a 100-year flood, and I couldn't find the exact information. I anecdotally remember people saying that, but I don't know that for sure. But according to FEMA, those maps are here. Of course, the flood plain is all based on an elevation. And so, you know, if there was a home that was going to be built close to that, you know, small town, we're Jacks of all trade, and you're talking to the floodplain administrator for the city as well. So that's something that I would need to look at really closely. But in that role and looking at this, if parcel 2 was entirely in the floodplain, that would be an issue that I would have brought up more stringently.
Bring that one up. Okay, I was just curious. You've got all the lot lines for the property. I see 3 vacant lots.
So these are tax lots, and tax lots are not always properties, separate lots of record. This one, I remember looking at this one several years ago, and my suspicion is that this is not a legal lot. This one may be. And then these are just 2 tax lots on different assessor maps. This property actually used to be, this was the line, and they did a lot line adjustment. You heard some folks talk about that. They did a lot line adjustment several years ago for this panhandle to come out to the river.
Lots to the east.
And then such as this.
Where's your cursor? No. Oh, sorry, west. God.
It happens to us all. I do that in reports, and that's the worst place to mix those up.
Yeah.
Those 3 that are these ones.
Oh, okay, over here. I don't know what some of this stuff is. Those could be lots.
Where are you?
Just north of 371. So these. Oh, I see the arrows going.
Driving down the road.
The arrows going funky. I'm gonna.
It's just past the Elks.
He's gonna point.
They're talking about those.
Those belong to the Elks.
They were gonna, part of that was the ODOT mitigation. ODOT still owns a little piece of that property.
Okay, yeah,
We're gonna build houses at one time.
I didn't look at those very closely because they were so far up. And it's also where you still have a 17-foot wide road. It's kind of here where it starts to really narrow down. Okay, so
You know,
The,
Jacob, you really don't have my mom's driveway on there. I noticed that.
Yeah,
Those
this-
little footprints on it.
this is, all of our data isn't the most up to date. It was just something to give the commission an idea of the access issue because you don't see it in the aerial photo. Yeah, we're not saying that, well, the data's old. And I can bring that back up.
Robin, is she on Belton Road?
Oh, yeah, it's not, yep, you're right. So there is a driveway right here that serves
And the
Kathleen
trees
Ward's.
between the two houses are gonna be gone. And their driveway down to their lower place is gonna be her driveway.
Does it run along the red line there?
Yeah.
We are getting a little out of order though on
Yeah,
speed.
I
So-
understand that, but I was trying to see how she buckled into Belton there.
But
Because it was a weird thing. It was a weird, it's just really not on Gray Cliffs. It's really not on Belton either, so. She should have made her own thing, like Belton Court or something like that.
So, we've had a little bit more speaking. I want to make sure the legal counsels of both parties don't want to speak anymore since we've had a little bit more testimony.
No, we're fine.
Okay.
We were going to submit something in writing.
Yeah, I'm gonna cover that here
We're fine for
really soon. If I can figure out what's going on here.
It opens them and then it's.
Okay. All right, so nobody's been bashful about telling us about wanting to leave the record open, which has been good for me. So I was able to talk to both legal counsels, so everybody's on the same page. So
I think Lori wants to talk. I don't know.
She didn't raise her hand, but she was commenting in the chat.
I don't, is this your conversation with her?
No, she's talking to you and Jenny.
So I muted the chambers. I just wanted to summarize what happened. So she said to everybody a few very detailed comments, and I asked her if she wanted to speak. And she just said, no, please put it in the minutes. I didn't feel comfortable taking testimony via chat on Zoom. So I asked, can I read your comments out loud? And she did not respond. And it was also during the applicant's rebuttal. So I'm not sure if she wants to chime in now.
Yeah, good call. We can't take Zoom group chat is not an acceptable message for testimony.
She gave me permission to read the comments aloud, but I also feel like it's after the applicant's rebuttal. So I don't know if we should entertain, or can she follow up with an email? I mean, I suggested that as well, since the record's still going to be open for 7 days.
Yeah, this is, it's last call to speak.
Well, she's saying I can read her comments out loud, but I felt like we passed the period of last comments.
We submitted in a letter form
Um,
for Nick.
Yeah, okay, so there will be an opportunity to submit additional test requests has been put out. So this is where we're at. So the record will be open. So this public hearing is going to continue, but it's going to continue in written form. So for the next 7 days, the record will be open for written testimony. So people could submit testimony into the record. And then there will be 7 days after that for folks to respond to what's in the record. After that, the public hearing will close. Now, both sides also have an opportunity for final argument. And that is the ability, so that's not an opportunity to submit new testimony, but that's to look at everything that's been submitted. And if there's the choice to, basically sum everything up and, that's the bookend of your argument. And I'm assuming that both legal counsels would like the opportunity for final argument.
We would, yes.
So, and Dan's, okay. So no surprise there. So 7 days brings us to June 16th. So we're talking about 5 p.m., June 16th. That's the first period for comments. The second period to respond to what's been submitted is going to be June 23rd. Then the deadline for final written argument, and that's just from both parties, not from everybody at large, is going to be June 30th. And then deliberations will continue to the July meeting, which is July 14th. And that'll be the first thing on the agenda at 7 p.m. Now, the other thing we need to cover is the 120-day rule. We're into that. So does the original applicant want to grant, well, the informal term is toll the clock, but basically exempt this time period for all these comments from the 120-day rule?
Basically, we're extending the 120-day period 7 days. Is that
well, the final written argument doesn't count, but I believe the rest of it does. And so you would be saying from the time, from here to deliberations on July 14th, you're saying, well, we're cool with that because it's allowing further dialogue.
What happens if we don't agree to that?
Well, if you don't agree with that, then the city has not made a final decision within the 120-day period. And then I don't know if there's a way to meet earlier. Because now it's getting tough because we get into my time.
Greg's waving.
Oh, yes. Can someone unmute Greg?
You're asked to, I'm asking you, just hit unmute. There you go.
Yeah, I would recommend that we have a special hearing or a special meeting at the time, the earliest convenience, right after the deadline has passed for the last allowable presentation by the attorneys. And that we do not wait until the July public or regular meeting.
That would be June 30th.
That's fine.
I guess the public hearing isn't continued.
No, the public hearing would be closed. It would be deliberations.
I'm just trying to think of the legal notice part of it.
Well, Jacob, I don't think that another legal notice because it's a continuation of the present hearing. We're not taking any new testimony. Everything, the only people that can testify in writing are the people who presented testimony today. And the special meeting is only for the planning commission's deliberations based on the new test, based on everything.
Everyone who testifies has the right to attend that meeting.
They can attend, but there's no new testimony that can be presented. So there's really no need for another public hearing notice.
Yeah, so it's all about a date and time certain, and when we get to dates that are not normally public meeting dates for the planning commission, we're making assumptions that there's a place available for it, and that's what's, you know, the challenge. And so the risk is if we try to meet on the 30th, well, the problem is the planning commission is going to have a bunch of stuff to review. So will they have reviewed everything to make the best decision they can? And if scheduling becomes messed up, could we still get it to July? I don't know, it makes it quirky.
Try for the 30th, if that's what you want to do, or July. I mean, I don't know either.
Are you saying we're gonna have to wait till the July 14th meeting, or you're gonna try and get it done as soon after the 30th as possible, or what?
Well, we can, the problem is tonight we have to say a date and time certain. And all right, we need to take a break and look at the hearing schedule. Yeah, we'll have to look at the hearing schedule. Anything? So the 30th.
So the July 1st council meeting is canceled. So that room, we know the room is available the following day, if you want to consider that.
Okay. If you can grant an extension that gets us to July 1st, then we can do July 1st at 7. So then we're at least buying you 2 weeks. And then the council has canceled their meeting, so we know there's not a conflict. So we can do 7 o'clock, July 1st at 7 p.m.
That's fine with us.
Okay, so so we talked about all the times for the record to be open, and then we will reconvene for deliberations on July 1st, 2020 at 7 p.m. here in the council chambers. But we probably, for the record, want you to attest to the extension of the 120 days commensurate with that date.
We agree.
Okay, thank you.
So I just have a question. How will Christina be able to notify everyone who's testified that it will be digitally or in physical? You know, are we doing this via Zoom? Is it physical? Can you do both? I just want to make sure Christina gets everybody who testifies correct contact information, either email or address.
Yeah, we'll do the same format as we are doing now. We don't see the COVID issue changing that quick. And, you know, arguably everybody who was watching this will try to get the notification out, although we have no obligation for additional notice because we did continue to a future date, time certain, and location certain. So I'm sure the word will get out. As a courtesy, I think we'll try to make an effort, but we don't have a legal obligation.
And I think that wraps it up for the fun tonight.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your sticking this out.
Where's your practice? By my office.
Okay, we do have a little bit of agenda left.
Okay, yeah, let's
get it wrapped up.
Okay, 6, Riverfront District Architectural Guidelines Recommendations. Tenant building.
We do have a.
We're finishing our agenda.
I missed it. 7 is planning director decisions.
We got a little bit of business left, so.
It was really nice to meet you too. Well, my must
5, yeah.
6.
And my boss's wife is the one that's sexy on it.
It wasn't in the packet.
That's the water department building with the city.
I both have to get it right.
All they're saying.
So just so you know, the audio online, we can't hear a single thing because the council chambers picks up every conversation. So you can't move on until it's silent in there.
Okay, so.
We took care of 7 now.
6 was on the agenda because I was hoping I would have time to think about it. And a month ago, I thought I would. So here's the problem. The city has too many projects going on at once. We're dealing with a lot of current planning. As you can see, appeals themselves can be extraordinarily time consuming. So when we look at the pie, each day there's only so much of a slice we have for city projects. And what happened recently is we've been working on this land partition for the marijuana folks at the Boise White Paper property or St. Helens Industrial Business Park. I got to get myself to say that. So that became, we've been working on that for a couple years. So that became, we got to work on this now. And then some folks needed some help with some legal descriptions for some lease stuff with Wilsonville Concrete. So a lot of stuff fell on my lap. I put it on the agenda hoping I would be able to go through stuff and make some recommendations. So what I want to do is be able to digest everything, figure out the recommendations so then we can move forward. And simply haven't had time to think about it. So we'll have to table this to next month. And
What, number 7 or 6?
number 6, yeah. So, and that's why it says if staff capacity was available. That was me.
That's why I made
Because-
a motion that we get it right, they get it right and get passed.
Because I want to be able to give Matt the information, because this isn't his world, right?
Basically, you're saying you're tabling it. The city's not moving forward on any more work we can done on that.
No, we're not, yeah. That'd be,
So you're putting a
yes.
halt on that until we.
Yeah.
We're not gonna forget it.
And we are very aware of that, yeah. So it's just,
Hold me a thorn.
the timing of this issue was just terrible as far as all the stuff.
Just table it till next month.
You know what, table it. We've already handled it. Let's move on.
We'll make a quick decision, but we'll table it till next time.
So what's
You
our?
already passed it.
Okay.
You did.
Number 7.
Yeah, number 7.
Okay, second it, okay. All in favor? Aye.
Right.
Nay? Okay, that's all. Okay, planning department activity report. May planning department report.
We enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Got the mail.
Email.
Hopefully the reading was exciting.
Okay,
Okay, and the next meeting is now July 1st.
Yeah, so special meeting.
How bad is
meeting July 1st, not, is that gonna take place at the 14th meeting? No,
No,
just a special meeting.
it's a special meeting, yeah.
Maybe special.
So, and then, so save all the stuff that you have now. Because what we'll do is we'll just give you the new stuff. And as you've seen in past appeals, it'll be probably a sizable amount of new stuff.
Skim through it again before our next meeting.
So see what you have, and that way we can just give you the new stuff that's submitted.
So July 1 is our next meeting?
July 1st, yeah.
The procedure clear. We would have normally we would have deliberated that. Just because I didn't ask any questions doesn't mean I don't have any input, right? So I didn't have any questions of them, but I have a lot to say about this whole thing.
You will have plenty of opportunity to talk with your fellow commissioners on July 1st.
Yeah.
And you'll have a bunch more stuff to read to help you talk about it.
Oh, good. I love to read.
Yeah. Well, you're in the right business then.
Phil, Jenny or Jacob, we just do a site visit or?
Site visit is, site visit, you know, it's hard to see it without seeing it.
We're talking about a site visit for this group?
And a site visit is, it would be an ex parte contact. Want to mention, otherwise, as long as you mention it. Now, if we did a field trip with staff, we would just want to document it. I remember doing that with the council several years ago.
But if they go alone,
but
as opposed to in groups.
Yes, if
Well,
you
I
go,
think that would be a conflict then, if you went alone. Then you talk to a neighbor, or, you know, and then you're.
so.
That's why I said with one of them.
And now at this point, we're in the middle of this. So, okay, so what are you gonna do about that? What appeal? I don't know anything about it. That's your answer until July 1st.
Anyway, I just threw that out.
Especially in a small town. That's just the safe approach.
Don't know anything. I will reveal that I went up there to the site today. I spoke to no one.
Yeah, that's best.
Especially with lawyers involved.
I've been to the site, but it was before they ever bought the property.
Yeah.
Okay, well, unless there's anything else, I think
I should do it. Okay, meeting adjourned.
Well, I fired for you, Jennifer.
Sorry?
It's the latest meeting we've had in a year.
Really? It wasn't my fault.
No, wow.